Alright. What is up, everyone? We just had a little bit of a restream record, so don't worry about the stream going down, but we unfortunately didn't have much time to announce it. But yeah, Raikou has hopped off here. I am F George. I will be restreaming for the next few 8 hours or so, or 10 hours, who knows. But I will not be hosting at the start. That actually falls to NES underscore. Will be introducing themselves shortly. Just wanted to announce the restream cut. We have Earthbound coming up, so stay tuned for that, and then enjoy the show. So.
Hey yo, it is NES underscore. I'm your host. For like this next run, it's pretty long, and you know we're just vibing for this run. It is Earthbound because Earthbound is cool. Obligatory Earthbound anime marathon. I'm super excited for this. Just remember, donate because charity. There's a command in the chat so you can see different incentives and stuff. So just make sure you donate so you guys get in on incentives. I'm excited for a few of them, just putting that out there. But yeah, our run's gonna be starting like real soon. So but I almost forgot. Right before this run, we have a couple of donations. We have one donation from the Krieger Pioneer for $5 that just says "room" simply. And then one from Triple X Gamer, another $5. And it simply says, "Great game, great runner, great cause. Donation quest for." So, thank you. And next run's gonna be on real soon. See ya. Alright, so Earthbound is coming up, like, right now. Run by Arts and Crofts. So, put your hands together, or put, like, your feet together or whatever. For Earthbound.
Hey guys, how's it going? Thank you for the great intro. I'll be running any percent glitch. Loud. Gotta name the kids real quick. Started. There was a donation in this, but I was the only who donated. I get to use my. Alright, I am ready to go. Do you want me to give it? Yeah, let me change that. Alright, how about this?
Should be much better.
Alright, cool. Shall I give a countdown? Are we good to go? Alright. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, so the opening to Earthbound is just a lovely, lovely cutscene where we get to see nighttime Onett. So we go over to Ness's house. So, like I said, I'm running any percent glitchless tonight without any RNG manipulation. World record for this category is 3 hours and 38 minutes, but that's with RNG minute. Without, it's 3 hours and 55 minutes. And there are slight route changes without minute. Like, for example, we have one large level grind in Onet. Oh.
Don't panic, everyone. It looks like Arts and Crofts stream has gone down there, and they're not responding in Discord either. So give us a little bit. I'm gonna stay in the game scene for a little bit. Just stay calm, and we'll be back the moment that resolves itself. Stay calm. Alright, we are going to quickly swap back to intermission, so give us a little bit. But unfortunately, wouldn't be a marathon without some tech issues, so give us a little bit.
All right. So Arts is back. His internet just died real quick, which is kind of spooky, but we're setting up again. We're gonna be back in like 2 minutes, and we're pretty lucky for an online marathon because we're not behind schedule yet somehow. So let's just hope, and then run can go smoothly, and we're vibing for like the rest of the marathon. So see you in a few minutes. All right, we're done setting up. Oh, time for the run, times two. I mean, first attempt. This is first attempt. No technical difficulty. Son has been first try the whole time. Perfect. So let's go with Arts with Earthbound for the first time. Because no technical difficulties.
No, I've never had any technical difficulties. Thanks again for the intro. Just gonna rename kids and stuff. Yeah, we should be good to go. You ready for a countdown? All right, 3, 2, 1, go. Let's do it. All right. So, as I definitely didn't say earlier, I'm running Earthbound any percent glitchless. Plays through the whole game without any glitches. It should take a little bit over 4 hours, hence the 4-hour and 20-minute estimate. The opening cutscene here just gives us a nice overview of nighttime Onet, and we'll get to see Ness get woken up by a poor giant meteorite that smashes above the house. The opening game here is really just kind of a tutorial. You move around, talk to some kids, and I'll point out some of the important NPCs that we get to meet along the way. So here he is, all nice and asleep in his bed, but not for long. Rudely awakened by a meteorite. I go off to investigate what it is. Now here I'm going to go stop by in my sister Tracy's room, grab the cracked bat out of it. Now this isn't a particularly strong weapon or anything, but we need to get it or else we get yelled at later on and we can't leave. There's Ness's mom, dog, King. And here we get our first glimpse of the famed Onet Police Department, who are renowned for not being good at anything at all, ever. And we'll experience them a lot more later. But we go and check where the meteorite is. We get to meet very, very important NPC, Ness's neighbor, Pokey. There he is. Messing around with the cops up here. We'll overmash there. So, Earthbound is on the Super Nintendo, and Turbo is banned, so we kind of have to mash with what a lot of people call a 2-button mash. You can either mash A and L or B and select. A and L is for you to say yes to somebody. B and select is for if you want to say no, because both those buttons do the same thing. So, like right here, I'm gonna talk to mom, I need to say yes. Mash A and L. Text mashing is obviously a lot of this game, as it is a JRPG. Yeah, so we checked out the meteorite, going back to bed, but once again, we will not be asleep. Hear that? Someone knocking at the door? Wonder who it could be. It's our friend Pokey. So he's telling us that he was walking around with his brother, Picky, and he lost him. So he wants our help to go and dash yes to him. Now we to our mom. She makes us change out of our pajamas. It's a very, very important step in any adventure to change out of your PJs. We're all equipped to go. Optionally, you can take Ness's dog with you. You have to take Pokey. But Ness's dog makes it a lot easier for enemies to get you in the overworld because he follows behind you. We have to talk to our dad for the first time, only ever represented as a phone. He tells us that every time we kill enemies, he'll put some money in our bank account. Always nice. And now we actually get to try to traverse the hill. So, Earthbound is kind of cool. It was ahead of its time for JRPGs, because the enemies kind of appear in the overworld, and you can actually avoid them. So what you see me doing here is, that dog there, I want to get despawned, so I move off screen. Away. Until I get something like a crow, who moves very weirdly, and I can get him stuck up. So you'll see me doing this a lot throughout the run, where I'll, see an enemy that I don't want to fight, I'll just despawn. A lot of spawns. Be able to him over there. Now, should be in the clear. There's one more spawn plate up here. But yeah. We made it up the hill. And look, here's Picky. Chilling out by the meteorite. Fell asleep. And now there's a strange creature that appears out through the meteorite. It's a little insect known as Buzz, and he tells us all about kind of the plot of the game. Gotta mash through it real quick. Essentially, there's an evil entity known as Gygus attacking from the future. And Ness is one of the chosen 4 children. Gotta be careful to mash the correct things to Buzz, because if you say, no, you need to tell me it again, he will tell you it again, and waste a lot of time. Now Buzz joins the squad, and he's instrumental for the first boss fight of the game. So now this part, spawns are off when you come back down the hill. So all you have to do is walk down. Now I'm going to go down here and grab a bread roll out of here. Food items in this game heal your HP, so that'll be useful later in the lead up to the second boss fight. To make our way back down. Our mission right now is to drop Pokey and Picky back up the house. Pretty good. Until, bam! Starman appears from nowhere. And this is the first boss fight of the game, and it is entirely RNG. Essentially, Buzz puts a shield on the party, which means we're immune to all damage from the Starman. We just have to wait until Buzz kills him, because we deal very, very little damage. It's essentially just hoping Buzz kills him quickly, and Starman does slow attacks. Like Fire Beta, like he just did, is the slowest attack that he could do, so that way slow. Applies the shield, all that good stuff. Our Alpha is not much better than Beta, slightly quicker animation. Usually this fight takes 2 to 3 hits. We are on pace for a 3-hitter, for sure. Starman's got 200 health. There we go. Starman down. So yeah, now we can go bring Buzz and Co. to the house. You get to meet Pokey's parents, the lovely Aloysius and Lardna Minch. Avert your eyes for whatever just happened upstairs. Now Lardna gets a little sense of Buzz, swats him out of the air. This all-powerful creature from the future that just defeated the Starman is now mortally wounded by Pokey's mom. Lardna's confirmed the strongest character in the game, clearly. Now this part's very important. You say the right things, because Buzz has a nice long story here. He gives us the Soundstone with the mission to go and collect melodies from 8 of what are called sanctuaries throughout the game. That's kind of our mission, at least for up until the end of the game, really. Now we're going to make our way down to Onet proper, avoiding any annoying spawns along the way. That crow. And there's annoying. We're good. I'm surprised I didn't get into a fight. So what you saw me doing there is this advanced technique. It's called stutter stepping. Very important for any runner of this game to learn. Certain enemies with movement patterns like the snake that you just saw will only move when you move. But you can kind of game it by moving in very, very quick intervals called stutter stepping. In which case they won't. So there I went and grabbed Mr. Baseball Cap, which is a really, really good hat for this point of the game. Got good defense, but we grab it specifically because it's worth a lot of money. So here right now, we do kind of our first shopping segment of the game. Draw some from the ATM, and then upgrade our bat and our... Buy the baseball cap, even though it's worse than the Mr. Baseball Cap, but you saw it just sold for $99, which we can use to buy this cheap bracelet. Now we have to head down to the arcade. You see me swing out wide above the hospital here. This avoids a spawn plate of Shark in the arcade, with Sharks being the local gang in Onet. We do fight this guy on purpose, though, because I have a 100% chance to drop a hamburger, which are essentially full heals at this point of the game. Usually takes around 3 hits to kill these guys. Well, nice, good smash. There's the burger, and we'll hit low as well. And now I can eat that bread roll that I got earlier, which will fill up my HP. Another probably 3-rounder. Nice. I'll play it safe. I'll heal. Yes. So Ness knows a wonderful ability on it, which at this point will definitely fill him up. And Earthbound has a cool mechanic known as Auto Fight, which you see me doing here. It essentially will just, I don't have to press any buttons, it'll just do whatever it's doing for me. Little frame saver, you don't have to input the attacks. Heal up for Frank. Now Frank is pretty dangerous because he can always kill you in 2 hits. You see the brandishing knife there. So you want to heal if he ever hits you. Nice. So that's pretty good. Only had to use 1 burger. Now we get to fight his robot counterpart, Frankenstein Mark II. Frankenstein Mark II is a scripted fight. He'll always, on odd number turns, he won't attack you. Even number turns, he will. Ooh, so that crit. Sorry. Okay. I just crit him twice. Wow, I don't think I've ever done that before. That's better than the RNG manipulation route. That's really funny. So yeah, I'm not even going to tell you about what Frankenstein does because I just killed him really quickly. So now one thing that a lot of casual runners don't know is after you fight Frank and Frankenstein, you can go back and talk to him and he'll give you a full heal. Just like, but for free. So now Frank gave us a little bit of intel about the first sanctuary of the game. We gotta go get a key from Mayor B.H. Perkle. So I'll head up in Town Hall. Great music in here. Earthbound has one of the best soundtracks in any video game ever. You can quote me on that. It's so good. So the mayor, like all corrupt mayors are, he will only give us the key if we promise to never say anything bad. You know, we're not worried. We got big ones. We just want the key. So now we're gonna head up into the first dungeon of the game, Giant Step, right before the first sanctuary. But before I do that, I'm gonna go stop in the hamburger shop, fill up my inventory with. If this is kind of a safety strat, if you're going for a world record or anything in this category, you would definitely skip this part. But in a marathon, I would definitely, and for any newer runner, I definitely do this. Pull out more cash. Dad is nice and just deposits money into the ATM whenever we defeat an enemy. And now I think I need to buy 6. 2, 4. So I should be filled. Now we get to head up into Giant Step and do the only serious extended level grind of the entire. So we need to grind until Ness hits level 8, when he learns his signature offensive PSI move, known as PSI Rockin'. So what we do, we need to kill 22 enemies in Giant Step before we fight the boss. And we want to grind slugs, which are not those mice that you saw. You'll see slugs, they're pretty obvious. They come in large packs of small black dots like this. And I just like to auto-fight them. They have 30 health, so sometimes you hit them for less than 30, especially early on in the grind, before you have some others. Then I can just cancel auto-fight and manually attack the one I just hit. Pretty good. Yeah, see there, I only hit him for 27. So that's 4 slugs. Need 18 more enemies in here. Now every enemy in Giant Step is butter step, you see me doing. So it's pretty easy to avoid them. These mice are annoying. They have a really, really high chance of smashing you, aka critting you. So you don't really want to fight them if you don't. So here, I know where all the spawn triggers are. So I just position myself over them. Ooh, nice. First round miss is never what you want to see. Just waste so much time. I'm going to cancel auto fight here because if you are low enough, you will life up from an auto fight. And I don't want to. So, because I smashed for 74, smashes always deal the same amount of damage. I believe that means I have 19. I should look here. Okay, so this is a new strat that was actually found pretty recently. You can get this mouse stuck right there, and now every time you trigger the spawn plate, which is right over these rocks I'm walking over, it'll never spawn another mouse, like slugs. So it's a way to get a little bit quicker of a. This is my it's my third pack, so that's 12 enemies. Slugs always spawn in packs of 4 down on the bottom floor. The reason why we don't go up to top floors is because there are these black antoids that are very dangerous and have the same sprites as slugs that spawn. So you don't want to mistake a slug for an antoid, or an antoid for a slug, I should say. Get got. So here I'm just going back and forth over the spawn plate, trying to get some slug. My offense is definitely high enough at this point that I don't need to worry about hitting them for less than 30. And when I finally hit level 8, in addition to getting PSI rockin', one thing I'll be looking for is my offense total. So I have 20 offense right now. I want to have at least 24, because then I can abuse this wonderful mechanic in Earthbound, where if you enter a fight and the game deems it trivially difficult, you'll just instant win them. So what'll happen is if I have 24 offense, I'll instant win fights with single antoids like that. So it allows my traverse up through the rest of Giant Step to be a lot safer. So this should be 20. So I only need one more pack. I only need 22 enemies, but slugs spawn in packs of 4, so it's fine going over by a bit. Ooh. Okay. We got a single there. Slugs are weak enough that will always win instant fights. Oh, so I got exactly 2 here. This is really good luck. So I'll just hit level 8 from this. So. Yep. So offense up by 4. That guarantees 24 offense. In fact, we have exactly 24. Now I can make my way up through Giant Step. And you'll see me stutter stepping all of these enemies. Oh. So stutter stepping is cool, but there is an issue with how many sprites there are on the screen when you try to. So Earthbound kind of pushes the limits of the SNES a little bit, and the more sprites there are on the screen, the laggier the game is. So if there's a ton of sprites on the screen, like there are right now, it makes stutter stepping a lot more difficult. But I'm going to go for it anyway. There must be something above me. This usually isn't this hard. They should get stuck. We can despawn everything. Jeez, that was harder than it. Yeah, so it's easy. It's really easy to get what we call pinstered on this rope, or something's up there and you got spawns underneath you and above you, and it makes it. But here we are. And we've made it safely up. So the developers were nice, and they added a 90% butterfly spawn plate right here that I'm not getting, because I have the worst luck when it comes to this spawn plate for whatever reason. Yeah, so we can kind of refill up on health and psychic points. Yep, so I'm at max everything. So now you can see me just instant win a fight with a single antoid. I could stutter step it, but it's a lot safer to just do this. So I'm gonna make my way up. There's 2 there. There's one hiding out in the rock. Ah, so this happens. Sometimes you'll just load into an area and there will be spawns there that you can't do anything. Now we get to fight these wonderful enemies. However, I took no damage, because apparently I'm getting amazing luck this run or something. That's amazing. Okay. So now here is a major boss fight in the game. Good old Titanic Ant. We want to use Rockin' first turn to clear out these Antoids in the back, because they'll life up, which is really bad. Other times, the Ant will just hit us for 1,000,000, like he's doing right now. We just want to get in as much damage as possible. So my two Rockins did about 170. Ant has 235 HP, so we're actually pretty close on the way up there. Now, in a marathon or safety strat, I would recommend healing every time he deals damage to you. You can get away with it more. Jeez, he's really wailing on me. At least I have high odds. Oop, so he's shielded. That decreases the damage we do to him by 2. But fortunately, he was close enough to death that I did have to use a lot of burgers there. But, you know, we got through the fight. That is one of the hardest fights in the game, actually. You saw, you know, he can just keep hitting you, he can shield, so he deals half damage to you. Or you only deal half damage to him, and he'll just whittle down your resources until you can't heal anymore. So now we got the first sanctuary of the game that gives us a full heal as well. And now we're just gonna make our way back down through Giant Step. So one cool thing about this game is after you defeat the boss of an area, all of the enemies in it will run, as you see. Free hamburger in there. Grab it. Now in the manipulated route, we actually death warp out of here, because it's faster if you can get it like instantly. So I see a question in chat. Is it possible to skip bosses? No. There are a couple bosses that you can just like avoid fighting. I guess you can kind of count them as like side bosses or mini bosses. One of them is Everdread in Tucson. You don't actually need to fight him. As long as you just don't go anywhere near his house before you get Paula, he'll never fight you. But that's really the only boss fight that we can skip in the entire game without glitches. With glitches, all bets are off. I have enough. So now we have to go through the wonderful Capcom. So remember earlier I talked about how useless the Onet police were? Well, they're useful for one thing, and that's beating up children. They're upset with us for sassing their officer up there. I don't know. Me say no to. He asked me if I knew how to read, and told him, and he was not happy about that. Because I wasn't where I was supposed to be. So now they put the smackdown. That was a terrible start. Well, okay, great. So he died, but that's fine. I might want to buy a couple, but that was just really, really awful. Luckily, we spawned back here. I can go talk. Get a full heal for free. I did die, unfortunately. Yeah, that was kind of ridiculous. So one thing that this game has is you might notice there's a rolling HP meter, which means that you can take lethal damage, but as long as you get out a move before you die, it'll like allow that. So I tried to heal before my health hit 0 there, but I was not quick. Usually 23 HP is considered like safe. I don't think I've ever failed to mash out a 23. But 22 is borderline right there. We saw. I was unable to mash. That's fine. So dying really isn't that bad. You do lose half of the cash you have on you, which is kind of bad. But Couple burgers. Might as well just buy a couple extra and just be safe now that I've already died once. Six burgers should be enough. For sure. So yeah, contrary to what you just saw, those cops actually aren't that dangerous. It's just I must have a really low defense roll or something. Because the cops have a 50% chance to hit you weakly, which will do about 15, or they'll do a crushing chop, which is the strong attack, which he did 3 times in a row on. That deals normally around 30, but he was hitting me for 35, so I must have really, really low for the level that I'm at right now. That's okay. We'll get a second crack at them. And we have more resources. Well, we're gonna miss again, apparently. Oh my god. I haven't hit any cops once. Jeez. There we go. Okay, that made up for it a little. Cops will normally take 3 regular hits to down, or 1 smash. So 1 regular hit and 1 smash will definitely... Just want to make sure you stay usually above like 55 is pretty safe. And you want to... So I'm using... I like to use burgers before life ups because the final boss of this, Captain Strong, the captain of the Onet Police Force, I like saving 20 psychic points for, because then you can double rock and he'll usually die. So I have, 4 burgers and a life up to get through the last couple of cops, so we should be good. They're wailing on me. Yeah, so you saw me take mortal damage, but I got a heal off before he killed me, so all is right in the world. Yeah, cops are really being violent right now. It's all good though. Only 1 more to go. The last one stands there and gets scared after we beat up all his buddies. Nice miss. So I want to end this fight with as much health as possible, just to make Strong as safe as possible. Okay, so I'm gonna definitely heal up first turn of Strong. Once we get out of Onet, the game gets a lot safer. I guess once we get Paulus, once we get out of Tucson. Because then we have more kids, more options. So it's cool. Hopefully this will kill. Wow, Captain Strong is really wailing on me. Nice, cool. So Captain Strong has 140 HP, and Rockin' deals 80 damage on average, so 2 Rockins should pretty much always be enough. It can miss, which is really sad. But hey, we're through cops, we're done with Onet. All is right with the world. Now that we beat up the cops, they respect us enough to let us leave the town. We get to head down to Tucson. So I did have to use all of my burgers, which is kind of annoying. But in Happy Happy Village later on, there is a small shop at to get some more stuff. So here, I'm going to stop in the Mouse House right here. We'll be returning to this spot a lot throughout the course of the run. They hand out what are called exit mice. They're essentially like escape ropes from Pokemon, if you are with what that is. Essentially, you can just use it to teleport back to the beginning of whatever dungeon you're in. So, as you would expect, pretty useful for speedrun. So now these mushrooms have a new movement type that we haven't seen before. They have very, very short aggro radiuses. So you can actually kind of get pretty close to them and not aggro, which is... Now I grabbed that burger there because we have to go talk to a wonderful inventor kid in Tucson by the name of Apple Kid. And we need to give him food and some money, and then he'll give us wondrous riches, essentially. Now here I'm going to save after withdrawing some cash for Apple Kid and for Shop. Now I'm going to save. Now this sets up for a death warp later on. After we get Paula, I'm going to intentionally die so I don't have to walk all the way back. To go walk down to Apple Kid. Tucin's got some nice music, of course. A more chill than Onet's, I think. Onet's is a bit of a bop. Here's Apple Kid. Not the greatest looking house. So we're gonna give him that hamburger that we just got. We gotta give him 200 bucks. And now we can progress through the game. First thing we get for giving him that is his pet mouse gives us a receiver phone that the whole world apparently has in it. And we'll see it in action. So now, in this kind of subsection of the game, I want to refill all of my health and psychic points by the time I get to Happy Happy Village, the next town where Paula is being... Paula, the second teammate, the second kid in the party, is being held. So I want to grab 2 butterflies on the way here, because butterflies refill 20 psychic points, I think. But there are a couple of very, very high % chance butterfly spawn plates over here in this area. So this spot is affectionately known as Sprout Tunnel. These are these annoying sprouts that have the same movement patterns as the mushroom, so short aggro radius. But it doesn't matter that their aggro radius is short because this cave is so narrow that sometimes you're just stuck despawning and respawning the caves over and over and over again before you can get out. So now this is Peaceful Rest Valley. I'm sure a lot of casual players have bad memories of this area. It's super, super violent. There are tons of spawns. And the enemies that you will fight are very, very dangerous at this point in the game. I hope this guy... Go. So we go and look at that pencil eraser, or that pencil statue up there. And we can't get past it right now, but luckily we just befriended Apple Kid, who will have something in store for us that'll allow us to get past it. Y to avoid Sprout, UFO, and now we get to go back through a Sprout Tunnel again. Nice. Oh, I almost said nice clean walk. Of course, as soon as I opened my mouth, there were some sprouts. As expected. Now we get our first call from Apple Kid. He says that he has a nice invention for us that we probably want to check out. I'm just blocking the path. More mushrooms. Whoop, a lot of stuff. So remember, I want to be on the lookout for butterflies here. I haven't seen any, but I do know where the high % spawn plates are. So if worse comes to worse, I don't farm the 1 spawn plate for butterflies. Now this is what I was saying earlier. If you go up and follow that kind of cobblestone path up there, you'll fight Everdread. But as long as you don't go up there, you're and he just won't fight you. Isn't that convenient? He had a pencil eraser for us. I wonder what we can use that for. Now we gotta make our way back over to PRV. And erase that pencil. Spawns here so far is always nice. No butterflies though either. So yeah, if you didn't notice, there were those UFO enemies in Peaceful Rest Valley. They have similar movement patterns to the crows that we saw earlier, except they're significantly faster and therefore much harder to dodge. And they're really, really fast, so it makes them hard to kill and run away. Because running away in this game is based on your speed versus the enemy's speed, which will be very important later on in the run, where running from encounters becomes our default way of getting away from things. But Ness, for most of the game, is horribly, horribly slow, so it's really not the game plan this early on. Really want to despawn. For whatever reason, it's harder to despawn enemies quickly. Like, you literally just need to go. So yeah, we erased the pencil, and now we get to go into PRV proper. Very, very easy to get pincered over here, so you're going to see this slowly. Luckily, there were no spawns. I move up and do this weird path, because it skips a spawn trigger down beneath. There's no butterfly there. That's one of the 90% butterfly spawns. Kind of sucks that I didn't get it. But there's another one up here that I can farm. So this has been an impeccable PRV so far. Of course, as soon as I say something, here we go. So here is the 95% butterfly spawn. So we can up, and I can get a second butterfly right here. Now we're full health and psychic. Always. Truly only one big area of spawns left. Oh, get pincered. Nope, okay. Well, that was sick. I'm really happy I did that. That's funny. Okay, we made it through PRV. Now these snakes are annoying and they'll attack, but we instant win. These are the same snakes that exist on the hill at the beginning of the game. They just have like a 1 in 4 or 1 in 3 chance of attacking there. It's kind of silly. So now we're in Happy Happy Village. Everything's painted blue. There at the Cult of Blue. But I'm gonna head over to the shop and buy a few things. Buy some food. Oh, and I need a refreshing herb, which I'll use a lot later. And I'm gonna upgrade my bat. And my hat. Now we get to go try and rescue Paula. So now, see those blue cultist boys there? They are really, really annoying to fight because you are unable to run away from them. Certain scripted enemies in this game, or certain enemies that are involved in scripted battles, like the upcoming, because you're not allowed to run from the scripted battle, they just kept that flag on and you're never allowed to run from them even in random encounters. And they can call for it. So the cultists are really, really annoying. You never want to fight more than you have to. So here is Shack Fight. Paula just gave us the famous Franklin badge, which reflects all lightning projectiles, which is very, very important when we fight Mr. Carpenter, head of Happy Happy. So we want to just rock in to clear out these guys. That's why we filled up our psychic points. They can call for help, but luckily they haven't yet. Nice. So I can just bash to kill this guy. If you get a high roll on a rocket and kill the cultists, so that was a very, very good fight. Normally you'll have to double rock in to kill them. When we got a let's see this first. So now we get to go to the cultist headquarters. There's a safety croissant I'll be grabbing in there, just, safe, of course. But we get to go and confront the head of the cult. Now, the upcoming fight, Mr. Carpenter, we kind of have a sub-goal where we want to end the fight with as little HP as possible. Because we want to death warp after this, so the closer we are to death, the quicker. Now, this place is kind of a maze. You have to know the right cultist to talk to get through. And one of them you have to fight, fortunately. Hopefully I'll be able to get through him, no problem. Usually 2 or 3 hits is enough to kill him, depending on how high your offense is. Ah. Please don't call for help. Okay, this should work. Yep. Nice. So, wasted a little bit of time because he called for not a big deal. And we do have enough psychic points for 2 or 3 Rockins against Mr. Carpenter, which is always very nice. So now Mr. Carpenter is a scripted fight. He'll always use Lightning, which we're hoping for reflects from the Franklin badge, because then he'll hurt himself. He'll always go Lightning, Life Up, Bash, and then Lightning, Shield, Bash. So we want to kind of use that to our advantage, know when's the right time to heal, to kill him, and end the fight with this low HP spot. So because he life ups on the second turn, I'm going to waste a Rockin'. We got a Reflect, which is nice. That was a really good hit, too. But he'll life up some of it right now. So hopefully he dies soon. Yeah, so that was amazing. Just 1 Reflect and 3 Rockins killed him. And you see I'm ending this fight with 7 HP, which is perfect for a Death Warp. Yeah, that was spectacular luck. It's good stuff. So now I can go and grab Skip Sandwich. Out of here, this will be used a lot later on in Monotoli building. Oh, I'm full of stuff. Okay. So I am full. My inventory is full. So I'm just gonna drop everything I don't need. I drop all my food just to clear it out of my inventory because inventory space is limited. And I drop all of my defensive items because, like I said earlier, I want to go die right now. So there's no need to have defensive items. Here's our friend Pokey. It's like he was in cahoots with Carpenter the whole for some reason. Yeah, I guess we saw him earlier at Shaft. But now Carpenter gave us the key to Paula's cell, so we can go grab her and we'll get our second party member. And once I get her, I'm gonna go... Ooh, crow my business. Sometimes you get what we call a Zoom crow, which is that right there. Key. I probably have an extra... I feel like I still have a croissant. So Paula comes with a teddy bear. Now teddy bears are really cool. They act as like extra members of your party. Tank hits. I knew something in the inventory looked weird. And they're really, really good, and we'll be grabbing some later in the run. However, right now we are trying to die, so there's no reason to have the teddy bear. So what we're going to do, we're going to go over to the second dungeon of the game for the second sanctuary, Lilliput Step. But we're not going to go do the sanctuary, we're actually just going to take a fight and die. And we'll be coming back here a lot later, once we overlevel the place, because it ends up being a lot faster to do that than doing it right now. So yeah, we just want this mole to kill us soon. Nice. So that was a 3-round death warp. That's almost perfect. And now look, we're back here in Tucson. Now the only bad part about this is Paula is dead. But we can just withdraw some money from the ATM, go to the hospital, and it only costs $100. So. Lesson be learned. That's the value of your friends. Your friends' lives. $100. Don't want to. So yep, go to the hospital. Now Paula, this next part, we're just gonna kind of go around Tucson, collect a bunch of story triggers that Paula needs to be alive. We had to go revive. Excuse me. Got the backstage pass, allows us to enter the Runaway 5 show later, be the first kind of big input break, first big cutscene of the run. Fun. Gotta go talk to Paula's oblivious dad, who didn't realize she was gone, really. Or at least realized it very recently. But in-game, she's been missing for like... And now we'll get a note from one of Everdread's Goonies. He's got something for us. That fight. So, like I was saying, if you went here earlier, before you had Paula, he would fight you. But we just kind of skipped that whole thing. Now he gives us $10,000, which looks really, really impressive until you see how much money we're playing with later in the run. Our dad is rolling in dough somehow. That guy scared me. I wasn't sure where he... We're fine. So you're gonna see me do a weird movement and slide off the side of the theater here. This skips a photo trail. I don't know if you saw earlier, but when I was leaving Ness's house, after dying to the cops, the photo man, spun down. I had to wait, it takes like 20, 30 seconds. And so they take a lot of time, so we want to skip those whenever. It's just one of the ways to do here. So now we get to go listen to the Runaway 5. So this is the first major input break of the game, first major cutscene. So if there are donations, feel free to go ahead and read them. If not, continue blabbing.
There actually aren't any donations right now,
Okay.
which sucks. You guys should donate. There's a command for that. It's ! Donate. There's some incentives as well, and there's a link for that. And just a reminder for everyone on stream, we're supporting Go Rescue, Pet Adoption Center. I think that's everything for me, but I gotta say, just make sure you donate because we have some banger incentives later on. So, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Go donate, guys. Save the animals. Have some fun incentives later in the run. There will be plenty more cutscenes later in this run. If you want your donations read aloud. This is the first of many input breaks. In fact, we'll go straight from this into another one in 30 seconds. It's just kind of the nature of the game. There aren't really any skippable cutscenes in Earthbound. But the music is banging, so like, do we really want to skip the... So the reason why we needed that $10,000 is to bail out the Runaway. They got into some debt with the owner of this theater. So we were bailing them out, and now we can use their bus to get us over to the next town, 3. They are eternally grateful. Now, big debate in the community is which side of the bus right here you go around. I'm solidly a right bus man, because it's actually faster, but less consistent. But, we're speedrunners. We gotta save the frames where we can. And the dog moved out of the way. It's always good. We're both saving dogs in-game and via your donation. So donate now. Or something. But yeah, we needed to free the Runaway 5 from this theater. Now we can... The music that they play in their bus scares away the ghosts that are blocking off this tunnel that we're about to go through. Because, for those of you who don't know, Threed, the next town, is overrun with zombies and ghosts and all kinds of scary creatures. We'll see a couple right now. See these ghosts? Normally they would grab you and toss you out of the tunnel, but they're scared of the music, so they don't mess with it. Reading some chat questions. Yeah, the Wad of Bills item that's worth $10,000 is not usable in game. See, if it were, then you could probably soft lock the game, because you would never be able to free the Runaway 5 unless you raise your own $10,000. That'd be kind of interesting. Yeah, so now we're in Threed, and we're gonna go check out the source of the corruption over in Graveyard. Now, this is the first of 2 times we will traverse Graveyard. It's super dangerous. So, see all that lag that I'm experiencing? That's because there were ones up there. Really, yeah. It feels like walking through mud when there's lots of sprites on screen. So yeah, we like to use these gravestones as kind of blocking them, as you saw right there. Oh, I did not see that fly. This is really sketchy. Hope everything... Ah, the fly was there. This is not the end of the world. We're just gonna freeze him with Paula. This should kill. That's why I defended with Ness instead of bashing. Because if I bashed, Paula would have died before getting the freeze off. And this really isn't the end of the world, because now Paula will actually... Because she does join the party at level 1. And getting her some experience here lets her learn PSI Fire, one of her stronger moves. And it makes a boss fight later down the line a lot safer. Yeah, I felt some lag, but it was just the butterfly, I guess. Ghost. And so if one fight in Graveyard, single fly. Especially, like I said, it'll make things safer down the road. And now, avert your eyes, children. This is definitely not a hook. Definitely not. This was rated E for everyone when it... Why would they put a Lady of the Night in the game? And, she tempts Ness into the hotel room and then ambushes us for some reason, working with the zombies. I think you see her later on in one of the towns, and she, like, apologizes. Funny. But either way, we are now stuck. Paula has to use her psychic abilities to call out to a friend. Banger alert, by the way. The Winter's boarding school music is some of it. I believe it's called Snow. So yeah, we get to go meet the third party member, Jeff. He's a student at the Snowwood boarding school in another distant, far-off country of Winter. And for some reason, well, I guess he is one of the chosen ones, so he's the one that needs to go and save Ness and Paula. She is contacting him in his sleep. She's good at that. I don't know if you saw it earlier, but when I slept with Ness after dying to the cops, she did the same thing. Now, fan favorite NPC right here is Tony, Jeff's best friend. He takes one for the team, helps Jeff go around, get some equipment to leave. It's very trustworthy, and we'll see him pop up. Now this is one of the sillier parts of the game. You meet this kid, Maxwell. I think he's like an older student at the boarding school. And he sends you on a wild goose chase. You know, we just want to go to the locker room, get some gear for Jeff. And he gives you the key, you know, knowing full well that it's bent. You'll see I'll go here to use it. Or if I'm supposed to... Key's bent and doesn't fit into the keyhole. So, why did he give it to us? Well, because he wanted to flex on us and show us his fancy new invention, the bad key machine. Tells us to try to keep a positive attitude, which I think is rich coming from someone who just played a prank on us. But, you know, who am I? So now we can just go and grab some gear for Jeff. Home set and pop gun. Now we can head out of the boarding school. This is where Tony really wins the fans over. We gotta hop the fence, so he lets us climb on his back. Remember, Jeff, best friends forever, he says, as we just walk away and never see him again. So now, I would like to introduce everybody to every Earthbound runner's least favorite NPC. Going from the highs of Tony to the lows, the stupid, stupid bubble here. So this guy likes to follow you around, but not as much as you would like. Sometimes he likes to stop and look around, smell the roses, which is fun until you're trying to avoid an enemy and he stops right in its path. You see him do that right there? Yeah, it makes it really, really hard to avoid enemies later on in the run. I'm gonna try to not best. Despawn that goat. So the goats are really, really tough. You definitely don't want to fight them. The dogs are actually, sometimes I'll take those fights on purpose because they're really quick and they're guaranteed to give Jeff a level. But it's faster, obviously, not anything if you don't have to. So now we get to see a cool mechanic in Earthbound that really isn't explored too much in the speedrun. Whenever Jeff sleeps, if he has a broken item in his inventory, there's a chance that he fixes it and repairs it into something useful. So he actually starts off with a broken spray can, and he'll fix it into a defense spray, which we'll actually just sell later on because it's worth like 200, which is really, really nice. Now you'll see me do a weird movement in front of this tent here. This is skipping a photo trigger. You gotta. And now, so we went from the highs of Tony, the lows of Bubble Monkey, to the extreme, extreme highs of this beautiful, magnificent creature, Essie. Now, if we have any Earthbound speedrun watcher fans in the chat, this is usually when a plethora of emotes are spammed. I don't know if anyone's watching, but if you are, rep your fandom. Yeah, shout out to the good professor. Also, this music is spectacular. We hitch a ride on her back down to a lovely little area known as Brick Road, which has what most people consider to be the hardest enemy in the game, the worthless protoplasm, which sounds innocuous, but when Jeff is at level 1, he's actually really, really hard to kill. So if I die once or twice to this fight, that's like expected a lot of the time, honestly. So you can call for help. If he hits Jeff every time, then he outraces Jeff in damage, and he can call for help. So you just gotta get lucky, pretty much. Now you'll see me make a weird movement out here. This skips a 100% goat spawn plate. Like I said, we don't want to fight the goats. We'll actually do that later on because we come back. So now I'm going to try to skip first proto. I've only ever gotten it once ever. But yeah, we're just going to hope for the best, really. Okay, so that's the best thing he can do. He can make himself feel strange, which is like confusion in Pokemon, like he's a chance to hit himself. However, Bubble Monkey is nice and will attack him and get him out of it. So he called for help, but it failed. Lord. So we actually got past first proto without any pain and suffering, really. Luckily, Jeff comes with a boiled egg, so he'll fight. And these other two monsters or enemies in Brick Road are easier to skip. Here's the duck. Yeah, see, there's Pokemon. This isn't the end of the world. The duck is pretty safe to fight. He can attack you, but a lot of time he won't. Oh, unless he... Wow. I don't even have words for that. I mean, we live. Talk about a commentator's curse, right? That's the first time I've ever been smashed by the Mad Duck. That's really funny. Luckily, there's a croissant down here. Just and refill my health in case I don't get the skip. So like everything in Brick Road is skippable. It's just RNG and kind of. So there, I got past him, but Bubble Monkey did not want to. So, fight the second Proto. Luckily, I have some levels here. It's a lot less dangerous. And we're through with Brick Road. No skips, but the fights were... And I didn't die to the duck. Now we are through Brick Road. We can go to the next area known as Pond Cave. This is actually a sanctuary engine, but we can't go fight it until we have the rest of the engines. We'll come back a lot later to do that. So everything in here is stutterable except for Mushroom. So you'll see me try to go for some stutters. I'll probably just play it safe. More or less. I have to. No reason to go for super tight though. It's nice. This room is nice and wide, so it's pretty easy to stutter. Of course, you can imagine how hard Bubble Monkey can make stuttering in here. 3 slugs. 2 I can stutter. Oh, and there's just my leg. Oh, and I got stuck in there. So we... Hopefully that despawned those guys. Oh, it did not. Okay, I'm just gonna... reload this room, because that was a terrible decision, apparently. Can't get around that mushroom. I promise sometimes these spawn plates are free. I know it hasn't really seemed like it, but... Okay, so... Second tries the charm, apparently. Now this is kind of the last area that we need to get through. So I'm happy I got through that without any fights. We'll snag this bottle rocket here. So Jeff is unique in that he can use these really heavy artillery items known as bottle rockets, which deal massive amounts of damage. He starts again with a big bottle rocket that I'm going to use coming up on the next boss fight. And the smaller bottle rockets also do a good chunk. So, you know, I'll go into that now. So, the single bottle rockets deal, you know, probably an average of 110, 120 damage. And their chance to hit is based off of Jeff's speed versus the enemy's speed. Now, big bottle rockets, which Jeff has one of right now, and then later on, multi-bottle, are essentially just a 5-in-1 and a 20-in-1. So, you know, the average big bottle rocket will do 5 times the damage of a single MBR is worth 20 bottle rockets. And they all roll to hit based on... So, increasing Jeff's speed, as we'll see later in the game, can lead to some absurd damage from our boy Jeff. As an aside, we just met Jeff's dad, Dr. Endonuts, who he hasn't seen in, 10 years? And he says, yeah, great to see you, see you later, take my Skyrunner. This definitely is not, you know, the song you think it is. Oh, a lot of the music in this game is, sourced from popular hits. You know, the song for Frank earlier is definitely Johnny B. Good. This is Don't Get Fooled Again by The Who. And there are some other ones. He samples some Beatles music later on in the game. That's part of what makes the soundtrack so charming too, is a lot of the tunes are recognizable. Yes, this is a speedrun, and yes, this is live. Hello, how are you doing? So this is a pretty long cutscene here. Just gotta wait for the Skyrunner. We get a nice preview of all of the different areas to come later in the game. A little foreshadowing action for you. But he's about to come and crash into wherever Ness and Paula are. And, you know, I guess it's good that we have the bad key machine that Maxwell gave us. because we're going to use that to get Ness and Paula out of there. But for now, we just gotta jam out to the tune. Yeah. Here's a beautiful scenic threed. So now you might recall earlier I was talking about teddy bears and how they tank damage for you, and Paula comes with one, but we had to toss it away because we wanted a death ward. Well, luckily there's one right in our way, in threed, in a trash can, so we're just gonna grab it as a nice little safety item for the next few splits, because the next few splits are some of the most dangerous in the whole run, especially Threed Tunnel. Threed Tunnel is where many runs go to die. I'll explain why when we get there. But right now, we're just gonna go walk down and fight Boogie Tent. It's a giant mimic tent. And it's a little bit safer than normal because Paula knows PSI is a fight in Graveyard. Jeff joins up with the squad. Oh, what am I? Okay. So one important thing in this game is inventory management. It's been a while since I did this. So Paula, her main damage output is PSI, which means she doesn't really need items to be effective. Jeff with his bottle rockets. Oh. See flies, you go back in. That's the... Yeah, so we can grab this teddy bear here. But yeah, like I was saying, Jeff needs his inventory to deal damage, because his main damage is bottle rockets. And Ness doesn't really deal that much damage, so we'll put a lot of super bombs on him later in the run, which are pretty powerful. But Paula, her psychic moves deal a lot of damage, so she doesn't actually need inventory for much. So a lot of story items that we get throughout the game, we just kind of toss on her and forget about. So we saw the teddy bear doing his job there, taking the hit from Boogie Tent. Nice big hit from Jeff. And we got the one-round kill, which wouldn't have happened if Paula did not have PSF. So Boogie Tent is down, and now I get to mash forever and ever and ever, because Paula and Jeff are pretty low level, and they get a lot of experience from this fight. It's not as bad as if Paula was level 1, which she oftentimes is here, if I didn't take that fight in Graveyard. Yep, just smashing. Kids are definitely catching up in levels, which is always nice. And we get to snag the jar of fly honey that they leave for us, which will be useful later on in the master. Now here we're going to go do some shop. Enemy. There's a shady dealer here, which is where we get all of our wonderful artillery from. I'm going to sell a defense spray. And give Jeff some bullets. I like to have Jeff leave here with... So depending on whether or not I had to use the one we grabbed in Winters on Boogie, I'll either buy 3 or 4. Buy 3. Save some. Now, Apple Kid, we get another call from him. It seems whenever we get stuck, Apple Kid always has the solution. It's very nice. That hamburger and $200 is definitely worth the investment. So he's pitching us on this idea of zombie paper that he's having delivered to us right now. So we can just walk in here and stand until the delivery guy gets here. Here he is. Very nice song that we only ever hear once. Short time. Yeah, we get the zombie paper. And in a second, once we go sleep in the hotel, we'll see why we needed it. sure. So we'll go with the jar. Now we've used the zombie paper. Now to trigger its use, we gotta go sleep in the hotel in Threed, which is fine anyway. Because now that gets all of our health and psychic points back as well. So, like flies drawn to honey, or to fly paper, zombie paper works just the same way. All the zombies guarding the graveyard are, especially the ones defending that tunnel, are sucked over into the circus tent. And if you go back and look at it right now, you would see they're all kind of like stuck to the ground, laying around. We don't have time to sightsee. We have to go through the Threed tunnel. So now, I'm going to safety. So Threed tunnel is one of the most dangerous areas in the game because you have to travel through these narrow tunnels, and every time you spawn into a room, there's a chance of getting an unavoidable encounter with up to 3 enemies. So it's super RNG heavy, and it can just straight up kill your run and run you out of resources really quickly. Luckily, we still have the teddy bear, survived the boogie tent fight. And, you know, with good luck, you can actually get through here. It's really, really hard. So you don't want to take any fights, because there's... Some people like to take fights to progress, but I'm not in that camp. Yeah, you saw that ghost there when I left the room. Sometimes they'll spawn right on top of you and you can't avoid them. Now the butterfly would be nice, except I'm already at full psychic points. Yeah, we're just gonna despawn until we get an empty room, risking an ambush every time. Now, fighting zombies isn't the end of the world, but those dogs and flies and ghosts, they're all pretty dangerous, and you don't want to fight them normally. So luckily I got a green swirl there, which was complete luck. But a cool thing about this game is if you kind of engage an enemy on its back, you'll get what's called a green swirl, like we just saw, and you're guaranteed a first turn against them. Similarly, with a red swirl, the enemy is guaranteed an attack on you. So this is some pretty bad luck getting through here. Not gonna lie. Okay, luckily we got the green swirl. Like I said, complete luck. Like, that's just happened to be where they spawned on me. Yeah, I thought I could get him stuck on the thing, and I did. So that was... I got fed up of waiting. Sometimes you can get him stuck on the coffin like you saw me do. And now we get to fight the boss. So no actual fights that I had to take, even though it took a while to despawn. But that's fine. I gotta fight the minibar. This fight's pretty safe, especially with the Teddy. You just kind of want... He just has a lot of health. So you want to rain down death and destruction on him, pretty much. Rockin', fire, bottle rockets, and stuff. This might 2-round, if this hits. Save some bottle rockets for the next fight. That should kill. Yep. Alright, so safe but slow Threed tunnel. Which, hey, I'll take in a marathon any day of the week. For sure. So now we get to go run up to Saturn Valley, home of the Mr. Saturn. It's a very nice place. And what's really nice about it is it has a free hotel and hospital. So if any of my kids were dead or had status ailments I need to get rid of, or if I was really low on health, I could just replenish all that for free. But because I didn't take any damage in Threed tunnel, I'll be fine with this butterfly, which is a 90% spawn. Of course, if I didn't get it, I would go to sleep. Psychic points. should be good after getting that butterfly. So now this is Grapefruit Fall, a very, very, very dangerous area in the game. Because it's very, very narrow, and it's really easy to get pincered. So what you'll see me doing, I'm reading lag to see if there are spawns off screen, and I want to despawn it as soon as possible. So I don't want to get, spawns on both sides of me. Then I'll have to take a fight, and these enemies are pretty dangerous. So that was a decent walk up through there. This is the roach tunnel. These roaches are stutterable, but it's really narrow. And I still have the teddy bear, which makes it even... Dude, this should be fun. And nice stutter there. And no spawn there is nice. So now, in addition to the free hotel and hospital in Saturn Valley, I need to go here for story reasons. I need to go talk to Mr. Saturn to get the secret password to the entrance of Master Belch's base. But the Mr. Saturn are getting enslaved by this evil entity who's in charge of the zombies in 3 as well. And only this one Mr. Saturn knows the password. Stand still and wait for 3 minutes. The entrance. Some password, huh? So now we're just gonna go to the entrance of the base and do literally exactly that. Stand still and wait for 3 minutes. Of course, I have to get through the roach tunnel. The rest of Grapefruit Falls first. So this guy, I like to drag down there. Stutter above him. Same thing if I get a guy over here. Down. Above him. Nice, so no roach fights. This is pretty good. Usually, I'm not the best stutterer, so usually I fail at least one of those. But I guess I got my stuttering shoes on today. So this is a very, very... This is one of the worst spots in the game. Try not to get pincered here. See, I feel the lag. And no, I need to go and despawn. But that was pretty quick. And now we get what should have been the first photo of the game. But I died in Onett, so I got the one in front of Ness's house. Fuzzy Pickles, everybody. There are a couple photos that we just avoid. So that's the first of them. Now, we gotta say the password. And we literally just wait for 3 minutes. And get to stare at this waterfall and listen to the Grapefruit Falls theme. So, I once again reach out to staff. If there are any donations, now is the perfect time to do it, because literally nothing.
Okay, get a load of this. There is still nothing.
Hate to see it.
Absolutely. I'm gonna just tell chat this right now. Well, for the second time, you should absolutely donate, because there's banger incentives. This charity's a banger. Go Rescue, super cool. Plus, since it's a marathon, obligatory saving the animals. And it's even in the charity this time. So, for sure, I'd recommend donating. I feel like there's still like 2 minutes left in waiting.
Yeah. It's tradition in the community to do an AMA of some sort at this point. So I don't know if anyone in chat wants to ask some questions. I'm here, or if any of the staff do as well. Otherwise, we will sit in silence. No, just kidding. I could talk a little bit. Would you like to say something?
Yeah. How's this run going so far for you?
So I would say it's slightly subpar, just because I died in net, which normally I would just reset instantly if that ever happened. But for a marathon run, dying in Onett isn't too bad, because it's most RNG heavy parts of the game. And since then, it's been very, very good. Like 3 Tunnel didn't take any fights, which is super, super rare. Winters was slow, but fine. And the whole Tucson section was actually amazing. I had a very good PRV, a very, very good village. So slightly subpar, but I'm happy with that.
Super cool.
Yeah, I just hold myself to a high standard, you know? Alright, we got a question in chat. What is your favorite part of Earthbound which doesn't make it into the run? Definitely the drinking the coffee in Saturn Valley. It's a really, really cool cutscene that's really like retrospective and all that stuff. We skip it because it takes forever. But yeah, that's a really cool spot. We also have, is Jeff a good character? So I'm actually not a Jeff hater. I know a lot of people are. But I mean, without him, the run would be so much worse. Like, if we couldn't just bottle rocket everything to death in the late game, this run would be, like, intolerable. What is your favorite track in this game? I love the Lost Underworld theme, which is much, much later in the game, but I think it is the best track in the game, for sure. Oop, 3 minutes are up, and we're in Belch's base. So here, it looks like there's an enemy, but we just have to talk to him and say yes. If you say no, you fight him. Now, I'm just going to take this Foppy fight. These guys are weak, and they give a ton of experience, which is really, really nice. Oh. Well, or you could just miss, and then the teddy bear dies, which is actually kind of terrible. Thank you, Ness, for missing them. But normally those fights go well, and they're quick, and you get lost. It's not worth despawning, really. It'll just take forever. So I feel the lag down there. I'll take 2. Should be able to kill him. Now I'm not doing fire this time just because freeze alpha is a little bit, it's a little bit quicker and it saves some psychic points. The fire, the double bash and the fire strat has a higher chance of killing both Foppies, so I like to do that at least for the first one. But after that, I like to save psychic points. Look at all those Foppies down there causing tons of lag. So now this is one of my least favorite spots in the game, which means I got through instantly. Gotta love it. Yeah. It's a super high % spawn plate for things that aren't Foppies. So usually you have to like despawn times to get through that little narrow section. But I was lucky and just got a takeable fight really early on. What are we doing on second? False. Yeah, so the flies and the piles you really don't want to fight. Okay, that was scary. I went in this door just to despawn. The fly was, he was looking. So this spot is also terrible. 80% spawn plates out the wazoo. Of course, I get it on the second. You can stutter this guy. This guy's always here. Call him the scripted pile. Cool, so that was a very, very, very good Belch's base. Sure. So one thing I did earlier is move the jar of fly honey to Paula. That is because you can't deal damage to Master Belch until you use the jar of fly honey on him. And Paula is the quickest kid, which means she's likely to go first, so she can just use it and then we deal. Now he makes a kid feel sick, poisons him, which is fine. That's why we bought the refreshing herb. Happy, so I can use it. And now we can wail away on him. You'll see how much damage freeze beta from Paula does right now. At this point in the game, Paula really just carries the team. Jeff's out of bottle rockets. Fine. And this freeze should kill. Alright, Master Belch down. Nice. That was a very, very, very good Belch's base. I wish all my Belch's bases went that well. That might have, like... That might have been a gold Belch's base, honestly. That was super, super sweet. And now, that exit mouse that we got from Mouse House like a year ago, we get to use it now. So we don't have to walk all the way out here. So that's one of the nice things of why we grabbed the Teddy, is because a lot of the time, you know, if you have the Teddy, it's in a different spot than it normally is. Because I'd use the herb. But, oh no, because Nessa's a bat. What was I saying? So we just don't want to get... That is the game. So I forgot what I was saying. I'm just gonna continue on with other things. So I grabbed that protein drink right there. That's because a lot of you casual players might remember there's a wonderful section coming up in the game known as Monkey Cave. It's essentially an in-game maze/scavenger hunt, where there are all these winding tunnels with monkeys blocking your path, and they don't let you go past unless you have a specific item. So what we do as speedrunners is we know which things they're going to ask for. So if any of those items happen to pop up along the way, we just grab it, like that protein. Additionally, I'll be grabbing a skip sandwich in 3 tunnel later, and these enemies will not be. This is insane. We're fine. You can see how easy it is to get pincer here in Grapefruit Valley, though. Oh. Sometimes I can't feel the lag if only one sprite spawn. The more lag, the more sprites, the more lag. Jeff needs a life up, so I'm just gonna sleep. Sometimes if I want to be really risky, I'll just grab that butterfly and take the free sleep in the desert, which is where I'm going next. But because it's a marathon and because Jeff took some damage because I didn't have Teddy, I'm just gonna sleep and regen all the health and psychic points. So yeah, there's a skip sandwich in a coffin up here that I'm gonna grab. This is also for the scavenger hunt later on. However, skip sandwiches are also amazing items in this game. It is one of the reasons why I think Earthbound is one of the best RPG speedruns. Because it increases your speed it doubles your speed for, I think it's 15 to 30 seconds, depending on whether you use a regular skip or skip sandwich DX. And that allows you to avoid enemies in a lot of cool ways that we'll see later on in the run. That specific skip that we got is for the scavenger hunt. The one we got earlier in Happy Happy Village, I'm going to use to do some skips. Now we're just going to ride the bus. We want to go over to Forside, the next town, but as you see, we'll encounter a traffic jam in the Doki Doki Desert. Or I guess it's the Dusty Dunes Desert in the English version. The Japanese version. Ooh, we had a question in chat that I missed earlier. Sorry about that. What is the best story-related item? Ooh, that's a hard question. I really enjoy the eraser, just because of the wordplay. Like, so you know how we get the pencil eraser from Apple Kid to erase the iron statue in PRV? Well, later on, there's a pencil eraser statue that we erase, so Apple Kid makes for us the eraser. It's only ever used once in the game. Boy, is it satisfying. Also, the trap-flavored yogurt's a funny one. I'm a big fan of that. So, this mole is a 100% spawn, but he is stuttering. We're going to do that. So one kind of slight bug in the code of Earthbound is when you get off a bus, status ailments are... So normally, walking around here, the kids could be getting sunstroke at any time, which it's kind of like a cold. It deals, like 4 or 5 damage every few seconds if they get it. But once you get off a bus, status ailments are off until you take a... So as long as I avoid enemies in the desert, I won't ever get sunstroke until after Mole Cave. So normally I would go sleep right now, but I want to safety save before Mole Cave. So I'm gonna do that later. So this guy asked for some food. Luckily, Paula comes with a bread roll that we've saved for this very, very moment. And so we can give it to him. And that pays dividends later in the game, because after Mole Cave, him and his brother give us a diamond. I have never seen a butterfly spawn this time. That's kind of... So here, we like to call this hold right simulator. I can't really move up too far because there is a photo trigger and that wastes 30 seconds. But one thing that some runners discovered a while ago is that in these bridge tunnels, I guess, the tunnels themselves, not the bridge, it's actually faster to move up, trigger the exit above. It saves probably 1/10 of a second, but it is faster. However, you don't want to go up too far, because what we've also discovered is that moving cardinally so up, down, left, right, is faster than moving diagonally. Like, you move more frames, or more pixels per frame. Yeah, it's big bottle. So yeah, you wanna move up to trigger the door earlier, but if you move up too far, then you're losing time because you're moving diagonally for too long. So, story point here, the Runaway 5 have gotten into trouble again in another town for more money than the $10,000 we bailed them out earlier. So we need to find some money some other way, and that's why we go to... Fourside is one of my favorite areas in the game for sure. It has atmosphere, you know? Yeah, we're gonna walk past these tunnels. So this tunnel, not the first one, this tunnel has two 90% butterfly spawns. But for some reason, they pretty much only ever spawn, or most of the time they spawn when you're heading right. Don't. It's just a weird thing that happens in the game. The working theory that a lot of people have is that they spawn, and then they just immediately like move to the right and despawn, which is certainly possible because enemies do that a lot of the time. It just happens so frequently that like seeing a butterfly going right in that tunnel is actually rare, or rarer than much rarer than you would think, given that's a 90%. I almost forgot to heal and safety save. That was talk to this guy, we get a free heal. I'm gonna check homesickness. I'm gonna safety save. Normally I don't check for homesick, but this is so. Cool. So now Mole Cave is a fun area. One of the areas where stutter stepping is most important. I would say up there with Giant Step and Pond Cave for sure. And in here you have to fight 5 different moles. The first one that we fight is the third strongest. And we're going to hopefully kill him in one round with a freeze beta from Paula and a big bottle rocket from Jeff. Later on when we run out of big bottle rockets, we're just going to bank on Paula to carry the team. Oh, Sarah's good. Yep, so here's the third strongest mole. Okay, so hopefully Jeff doesn't die. Get him, Jeff. The moles have like 386 HP, I think. So one freeze beta, and one BBR is definitely enough. Oftentimes one BBR will be enough, but we just play it safe and freeze beta in case. Luckily Jeff didn't die, and now I can just like out of the fight. So we really want Paula to hit like 80 HP. Otherwise, she can die to the moles. If they hit her, she happens to solidify, freeze. So freeze, any level, alpha, beta, whatever, has a 25% chance of solidifying the opponent, which makes them skip their next turn. But it can be bad in here, because if she solidifies, it's extra time that her HP ticks down, so she can die before Jeff can get the BBR off. The game is nice and gives us another BBR here. Hopefully we can despawn. Okay, that was good. See, nice tight corners in here. Gotta stutter lots of things. Butterflies, cool. Don't really need it. Butterflies are cool in theory, but they often will waste you a lot of time to grab them. Especially because I've only, done a freeze beta and a life up so far. Cool. Alright, so this next mole, he's the third strongest. And we're gonna freeze beta and BBR him again. After this one, we'll be out of BBR. So we're gonna have to double freeze with Paula. Okay, so we're gonna... Oh! Okay. Whew! So if Jeff didn't one-shot the mole, that was most likely gonna be reset. because Paula dying here is terrible. But Jeff was nice and one-shot the mole. So we killed it before Paula died. That was really, really close. Hopefully Paula just got 1,000,000 HP though. And is now safe from mole death. And Jeff's job in here is done. Get something. Am I insane? I think I'm insane. But we're doing it. So I like to glide off the bottom here, off this diagonal like ramp kind of thing, because that skips a spawn plate right where I am, like right now. Small thing that will save time in the long run. So we get an exit mouse here, which we'll use to exit Mole Cave later on, and we grab a picnic lunch, which is for the Monkey Cave scavenger hunt later on. And now we fight this next mole I left up. There's still only a 79, which is definitely scary. So what we do now is we queue a life up on Paul. Nice solidify, so that just skips his turn. So we queue a life up on Paula, so if she takes mortal damage, Ness will heal him. Ness will hurt. Because all the other kids have enough health that they should be able to survive the 2 turns. So Ness needs the... And Paula just got a big psychic point, or health point up. So she's at 90, so she'll be safe from any mole shenanigans now, which is great. It's another reason why keeping the Teddy this long would have been nice, because it makes it easier to survive the moles. So this guy, you want to drag over to the right, because now, when I go fight this next mole, he will despawn, and I don't have to worry about it. Now we get to fight the 3rd strongest mole. Buff for the life up on Paula. Jeff defending, so he takes less damage. Shield's fine, that does absolutely nothing. Because it's a physical shield, so it would block bashes and bottle rockets and stuff. Paula's got freeze. Jeff, die, and voila, that ant is gone. Don't worry about him. So there's 1 mole left. This is the hardest one to get through, or to get to. There's lots of plates on the way down to him, being one of them. But he is the 3rd strongest mole, so he could be a little tough. It's a lot of ducks. These ducks do have a chance of running from you, but there's also a chance that they attack you, like that one did. I would rather despawn. Game. The rope men you really don't want to have to fight, because they're pretty dangerous. Can that duck just, like, go away? Feeling for spawns up there. Oh, I missed him. That's really unfortunate. Hopefully those guys win. Yeah, so you can see how difficult it can be to get this last mole. Some very, very annoying spawn plates. There's 1 more right here. We got through. Alright, so the final mole, 3rd strongest. Freeze. The outspeed's nice, especially if she solidifies, which she did. Good luck. Cool. So I can probably skip sleeping for this fight, because I have a plethora of psychic points in pollen. I'll probably just go farm a butterfly if I need to in the other tunnel. So here I'm going to grab this platinum band. That's to sell later, because it sells for like $2,500. And now we want to kind of reset our inventory, because once we get to Forside in the department store, I'm going to bulk up on what I like to call the heavy artillery. We're going to fill up on super bombs and big bottle rockets for the next huge chunk of the run. So we want to toss every piece of equipment that we don't need, just so we can fill our inventory to the brim with stuff. Like I said, I can skip the heal here, or yes, skip the sleeping in the shack. And cover that buka up there. I can skip healing. I'm just gonna see if I can snag a butterfly on the way out over here. But Mole Cave being done is super nice. So now here we get to meet up with our boys, the Miner Brothers. And they give us a diamond that they found in the mines for helping us out, which we'll just turn around and go use to bail out the Runaway 5 for the second time. Busy, busy. And I move up there to the middle of the bridge just to make it so the mine has less room to walk to get to me. So now this is the tunnel where I definitely want to. There is one. I don't get one up here. Oh, I did. I'm definitely looking good for the next section. And we get to go free the Runaway 5 for the second time this game. We get to see a nice, quick show, not as long as the first one. Cutscene's about a minute long. Always have to buy the... Now we gotta go give the diamond to the manager. The game forces you to go up above. And if you try to give her the diamond from below, she's like, well, I can't see what that is, come bring it back here. I think because the Runaway 5 have to move in front of where you are. So coming up right after this is kind of the final big run gate, as we call it. The last huge RNG section that can really make or break your run. It's the Forside department store. And that's because on the top floor of the department store, you can get an unavoidable, unwinnable fight a decent amount of the time. So you just kind of have to pray. I will obviously be safety saving right before that. Hopefully I won't need to reset, but super likely that I need to. It's just the name of the game. Yeah, everyone sit back and enjoy the final Runaway 5 show.
Actually, is there time for a donation?
There is time for a donation.
Heck yeah. Okay, as bittersweet as it is to say, we're no longer $69. Big sad. With the little heart. Please put this towards upgrading Prestige to All Spirit, and the remainder to Wizards and Warriors and Senders. Hold on. Chat says they're so epic. Anyways, the donation is $30 from Edward Malice. I love all speed art marathons with the little heart, the less than 3. Please put this towards upgrading 4 to All Spirits and the remainder to the wizards and warriors inside. Keep up the amazing work. Yeah, we're at $99.
Great.
And that's all for me. Just keep donating.
Sounds good. So here is one of the big selling portions of the game, or big shopping portions of the game, I should say. Like I said, we're gonna fill up all the kids with artillery, super bombs, big bottle rockets, whole 9 yards. You get to see Earthbound's wonderfully infamous inventory system in its full glory, where I have to buy each individual item. Luckily, I know how many each kid needs. Just kind of, I buy 3 super bombs on Jeff, fill them up with big bottle rockets. So now, one kind of annoying thing with Earthbound's text engine is that the more items there are in an inventory, it'll lag every time it pops up. So you want to fill up Ness's inventory last, because his has to load every time you buy something. So you want to minimize the amount of lag that happens. So you'll see me fill up Jeff and Paula first before I fill up Ness. So Paula gets 5 super bombs and 1 big bottle rocket that I'll move to Jeff later. 2, 3. And pretty much all of these things that I'm buying, like I'm not just buying a bunch because I think I might need them. They all pretty much have a specific use for a specific encounter. I mean, there's some flexibility, like especially sometimes I'll have to use an extra somewhere, save one here or there. But in general, like, this is very heavily routed out. I think that's kind of one of the big things that separates a newer runner of this game from, like, an experienced runner, is knowing the inventory route and how all the management works. Because, you know, obviously, it's not the most robust inventory system ever, so you really want to, like, know how many things you have, where they are, when to use them. It'll just, you know, increase your overall understanding of the run and your time as well. So I'm going to safety save here. Right before Paula gets kidnapped. Hopefully I won't need to use it. Okay, so now Paula's going to get kidnapped. We have to go through the next few sections of the game with just Ness and Jeff. Which is a little bit scary considering, you know, I think you all just saw how much Paula carried the team for the last few areas. Which is why we just loaded up Ness and Jeff with lots of explosives. Dodge these guys. Hopefully we don't get any spawns on the 3rd floor. Yeah, you can, but it's pretty rare. And now this is where you just pray you get something that you can survive at the top of this escalator. This is the biggest run killer in the game by far. So we might actually be... Okay, I'm really happy I didn't get Red Swirl there. So this is like the best thing you can get. What you don't want to see are the guitars, known as the musicas, because they can put the whole team to sleep. And that's pretty much like GG. But two records is easy, and we're through. Very happy about that. We'll lift up the kids. Toss Jeff. Left beta. See, he took the brunt of that attack. And now, you get to fight the boss of the department store. The department store spook! You get to see his side sprite here, known affectionately in the community as Side Spook. I don't know why that's in the game, but I love it. And we're just gonna throw everything we got at him. So freeze, we're gonna hope he doesn't solidify me. Oh, but he got solidified. Oh, please get your BBR off. Okay. So that was really dangerous and Jeff almost died, but everything's fine, we're living. And we actually didn't have to use any more items than I wanted to. So yeah, we're through department store. The last huge, like, run gate. The life expectancy of this run just increased, like, 3-fold, probably. And now we get to go to one of the cooler parts of the game, Moonside. It's four sides, inverted kind of alter ego, I guess. But there's some setup to get there. Pretty cool place where yes means no. Lots of weird things happen. It's definitely one of the more interesting parts of the game for sure. At this point of the game, it gets a lot more surreal. Talk to her, triggers this little action over here. We talk to Everdread. So this guy just needs you to give him any item at all to let you through. So we actually save the protractor that we get, that just Jeff starts with, and give it to him right there. You know, it has no other use, but we just need something to give to him, and it's quick to keep it on Jeff. He also has a ruler in his inventory, but we strategically keep that around because that's one of the items we need for the scavenger in Monkey Cave. But yeah, our friend Everdread from Tucson is here. And he gives us a hint on how to get to Moonside. So we'll see. Now, big run gate right here is getting through this mob of people. Luckily, they were nice and parted the seas for me. But it's very easy to just get like stuck in there. So remember, Everdread said, check behind the counter. Wonder what's back there. Boom. Foresight. Or Moonset. So that's a scripted pump. And sometimes it'll randomly move out of your way, like it just did there. And you can skip it. Call that pump skip. And I got that. It's a nice little... So you talk to these little blonde dudes and they teleport you all the way around. This guy says he can't let me through because I'm not the guy whose eyebrows are connected and who has a gold tooth. Whatever that means. But we're going to find someone whose eyebrows are connected and who has a gold tooth in a little bit. So now this night pennant is super important. We keep this the entire game. That gives its wearer immunity to flash, a PSI move that, among other things, has a chance to just instantly kill you. So we put it on Ness to make him immune to flash. So here's his eyebrows are connected, gold tooth. We found him. And normally you can walk a specific way to skip him speaking to you here. It's called the tech skip. But if you happen to die to the boss of this area after doing the tech skip, I'm pretty sure you soft lock the game. So just to be marathon safe, I'm gonna... But like all these text bosses that come up would not be happening if I did the tech skip. But now that we have the guy, his eyebrows are connected and who has a gold tooth, we can go and get a drink with this guy. It's this out of the way. We can go fight the evil Mani Mani statue. So we're just gonna fire away at him again. Magnet is great. That's exactly what you want to see. That's his like weakest move. Save a bomb by using Rockin' Beta there. But the second BBR we get for this fight works, and he's dead. No soft lock today, folks. Now we've destroyed the evil Mani Mani statue. So now I'm just gonna drop the secret herb. We grab that secret herb because Mani Mani knows the move Paralyze, which can stop Jeff from getting his big bottle rockets off. So once again, Kid has a nice invention for us that he's sending via neglected class delivery. So we'll see how that goes. Sure. That monkey tells us to go check out his little monkey cult out in the desert, which we are going to do now, right after this. Here's neglected class delivery. It's got some trout-flavored yogurt making machine. Not sure what we need that for, but apparently this chick really wanted some trout-flavored yogurt, so she says she'll be indebted to us if we can ever get her. And she just so happens to work in the Monotoli building, which is where we were told Paula is. So, gotta chase our leads, right? Get some trout-flavored yogurt, give it to the lady. Maybe we can find out where Paula is. Plan. So we're just gonna ride the bus over back to the desert. That's where Monkey Cave is, and now this is where kind of the scavenger hunt portion of the game happens. Luckily, we have pretty much all the items that we would need for it, so there's nothing to worry about. What flavored yogurt? Trout flavored yogurt, of course. What other kind would you want? So you have to be really, really careful to say the correct thing to this guy. If you say no, he'll continue onwards to 3'd and it'll waste like 2.5 minutes. But I have successfully said yes. Get on. So yeah, here in Monkey Cave, there are enemies that spawn, but they run away from you. You don't really have to worry about them. And you just want to give all the monkeys all the things they ask for. Here's skip sandwich that we grabbed in the 3 tunnel. Getting lunch we grabbed in Monkey Cave. Oh. You hope that they move out of your way. Grab that pizza, because a monkey down the road needs that. This part of the game, I think it's unique in that, like, it's really awful casually, but pretty fun in a speedrun, because, like, you know what's coming. Pizza. We go here, grab this hamburger, because we need that. All the good stuff. This monkey wants a ruler, so we give her Jeff's. That chick gives you the king banana. Oh, I got dad call. So, every 2 hours in-game time, Dad likes to call you and tell you to take a break, but we laugh in his face and say, "No way, Dad." So that's kind of one way to tell how good of a pace you're on, is when you get dad call. Monkey Cave dad call is okay. It's not the best. The worst. Now here we get a fancy item. It's called the Bag of Dragonite. Yes, it's called Dragonite because Ape Inc. of Pokemon fame, or Creatures Inc. of Pokemon fame, was originally Ape Inc., the makers of Earthbound. Reuse some names. But what's good about the Bag of Dragonite is that it has 100% accuracy and deals like 450 to 650 damage to one target. So we put those all on Ness because at a later point in the game, he needs to go off on his own without any other kids and take down a pretty tough boss. So we stock him up with items like super bombs and bags of Dragonite to get through that without the other kids. Now we're going to learn a very, very important ability. Teleport Alpha, which allows us to jump to various city locations that we've been to throughout the game. Which is, how it's used casually for sure. But it has another unintended use in this game, because whenever you teleport, enemies don't aggro you or follow you. So what we can do is we can teleport to avoid enemies as long as we're like the movement, and as long as we don't let the teleport actually complete. Because the way it works is you start up teleport and you need to go a certain amount of distance to get the teleport off. But if you bonk on something before you reach that distance, the teleport will just be cancelled. We can use that to actually move around the game in advanced speedrun strat. You'll see heavy use of that later on in the game. This monkey likes to teach us to do it. He says you need to build up enough speed in order to teleport using teleport alpha, which is why this like kind of runway here in the desert is good for that. Now we're gonna teleport four side, because now we have the chart yogurt machine. We can give it to our friend that we just made. Here she is, waiting outside the Monotoli building. Yes, we do have a yogurt dispenser. So now she's really happy with us, so she lets us go. She invites us up to the 48th floor, top floor of the Monotoli building, and where we think Paula is probably be. So now, one of my favorite lines of text right here. This elevator lady yells at us for staring at our hips, and then Ness's sprite faces away from her. Big fan. I think it's hysterical. And now we can go all the way up to the top floor, and you'll get to see the first use of a skip sandwich to dodge enemy. There are a few scripted robot, they're called robot sentinels, I believe. Or sentry robots. And we're gonna hopefully use skip sandwiches to dodge them. Oh, wow, okay. So I missed that. It is bad. That's fine. BR should kill him. Ooh, we are out of skip sandwich. Okay, that's fine. So we'll fight this guy at the end of the world. This guy you sometimes have to fight anyway because he's just blocking your way. It's fine. And the next two you can dodge without skip sandwich anyway. Him, you just go around. And that one you can just kind of sneak in. So I'm gonna life up both the kids, just be safe. Now, the Sentry Robot, or sorry, not the Sentry, Clumsy Robot, the final boss of Monotoli building, is very, very high speed. So bottle rockets are actually not effective on him at all. We have to just super bomb him a bunch. We'd use all 5 of our bombs, which is kind of crappy. It's bad RNG. It'll take anywhere from 3 to 5 bombs to kill Clumsy Robot. So I'm actually down some BBRs because I missed those skips, but it's not the end of the world. And look, we found Paula. These next few minutes are just lots of dialogue and cutscenes as we rescue Paula and figure out the next place we need to go. You can skip the heal from Anatoly that I just got, which saves about 8 seconds. But by taking the heal, it guarantees that you're not homesick for the next boss fight, which can be very, very important. because homesick means Ness will sometimes just randomly skip his turns, which could be really, really bad during a fight. Yeah, now Paul has rejoined the squad, and he says we can go use his helicopter at the top of the building to go over where we need to go. So let's go get on it. Oh, wait. What's going on here? Who could be such a menace that they would steal our helicopter? Oh, it's our good friend Pokey. Just popping up at all the wrong times to annoy us. So now we have to find some other way to get where we need to go. Luckily, we've bailed out the Runaway 5 again, so in addition to helping us defeat Clumsy Robot, as we just saw, they'll also give us a ride over to Threed, which is where Paula just figures out where we need to go. I just gotta walk all the way through Montoli Building, a bit of Hold Right Simulator. So it's a little bit unfortunate that I had to use those BBRs because I missed the skips. Happens to the best of us. Luckily, I have that extra one on Paula in the world. Replica gives us another call. The elevator rides down. The other lady will once again yell at us to not stare at her hips. But we stare at her this time. I think it's kind of random whether or not he looks away at that point. But we're just staring her down. Ness is fed up with her, apparently. Yeah, now we just get to ride the Runaway 5 bus back to Threed. Hear that banger again. So if we have any donations at all, the next like 5 minutes would be a good spot for it, because this is really just cutscenes and walking around. But if not, I will keep blapping. The next boss fight that we go... Oh. Sorry, what's up? No. The next boss fight is actually the boss of the Sanctuary that we crossed through with Jeff a while ago, but we were too weak to take him on then. It's called Shroom, and Shroom is kind of dangerous because he can do what's called Mushroomize You, where it confuses a kid and they can attack you and your team by accident. So what we're going to do is we're going to freeze with Paula on turn 1 and hope that she can solidify so he skips that. Because the Shroom fight is scripted. He'll always go Mushroomize, Life Up, Poison, and then start over or something like that. Usually he's dead by then. But we just kind of want to throw stuff at him until he's dead. So yeah, we had to go back to Threed to go get into the Skyrunner that Jeff crashed here earlier. And this is the last time the Runaway 5 will be helping us, unfortunately. Now, we want to hug the bottom here, that's photo trigger, in front of the circus. Don't want more fuzzy pickles than we can handle. Head. Up here. Go to... So now we get to take Skyrunner back to Winters, which is where Shroom the boss is, and we also go there because Jeff wants to consult his dad about how to get to Summers, which is where Montoli said he thinks we should go to track down the agents of Gygus. We haven't really seen or heard much of, but he's apparently pulling the strings from behind the scenes this whole time, specifically with the Mani Mani statue and things like that. Yeah, once I land, I'm going to do some inventory management, toss out some of the bombs and the BBR that are on Paula to the other kids that can use them better. In addition to dumping story items that we don't need onto Paula, we're also going to... We kind of use her as like as a bank for the other kids. You know, if we ever need extra BBRs or extra super bombs, stick them on Paula and then she can distribute them later as we see fit. I am down. Like I said, 1.5 big bottle rockets, I guess, is the way I think of it. So it'd be nice to make up some time, or make up some resources on the stream fight. But who knows what'll happen? Being down a BBR is the end of the world for sure. There are ways to fix that. Just might mean slower fights down. Also get to talk to Bubble Monkey. He's back. He's hitched. They're expecting a child. Or something. They're newlyweds, that's what they say. So I'm gonna dole out some stuff. So I'm fine. I want to save 3 super bombs after this fight, so I have enough for the Kraken fight coming up. Which means I can use teleport away from that guy. So there you see the first instance of teleporting away from enemies. Pretty good, huh? But yeah, so I want to use 2 super bombs on this fight. We're going to defend with Ness on turn 1 in case he gets mushroomized. Freeze with Paula, hope for the Solidify, and then Big Bottle Rocket with Jeff. Solidify would be great. We didn't. That's fine. So that's fine. Nice. So we saved a BBR there because Jeff hit for really, really high with his second one. You saw it hit for 555. The maximum is like 700. So that was a very, very good roll, which allowed us to save some resources. And now we're pretty much back on track as far as Big Bottle Rockets and Super Bombs go, which is super nice. And you saw, Ness got Mushroom Eye, which is the same as being confused. A little mushroom on his head. So I just defended with him every round because I didn't want to risk him attacking the party, especially with a super bomb. Because super bombs do AoE damage, so if he tossed it at like Paula, it would hit all 3 ones. Luckily, the Sanctuary clears all status ailments, so the mushroom's gone. As funny as it looked. Yeah, that was a very good fight. And we've gotten our the second Sanctuary we've gotten all game. So 6 more to go, approximately. Teleport around these fools. Yeah, you guys see what I mean about using teleport to avoid enemies? We just gave Dr. Andonuts enough time to fix up the Skyrunner. Shouldn't break this time. Maybe. And I believe this is the last Skyrunner trip of the game, so enjoy the music while you can. This one's pretty short. It's going to send us over to Summers, a lovely, beautiful beach town. It's got some pretty chill music too. I like Summers. Fun spot. there are a couple things we have to do here. We have to learn about how to take a boat across to Scaraba, another city down in the south, past the water. But in order to do that, we need to talk to... I don't really understand the story, actually, part of this. We need to talk to some lady who makes magic cake. And her husband, like, runs the boat or something. So we need to, like, stop her from being weird, and then he'll thank us and allow us to ride on the boat. I think that's how it goes. If someone, please feel free to correct me. Yeah, first we gotta go talk to some guy who knows the telephone number of the club that the woman likes to hang out at. It's a very exclusive club, it's invite only, so we gotta get the phone number. And the guy in this building knows the reason. The Stoic Club. And now we get a phone call from everyone's favorite character, Tony. And he's gonna ask us to spell our player name. So I guess I will name it Go Rescue. Because this is the foundation that you all should be donating to right now. And you'll see why that's important later on. Oh, what am I doing? Oh, we don't. Maybe we do. Yeah. So normally I would go and load up Ness on skip sandwiches there. But I want to safety save before Kraken. So I think I'll do the shopping a little bit later. I still need to call into the stuff. Normally you want to do the shopping there because it fills up Ness. And then I get some item drops later on in a bit that we want to land on Paula. So if Ness's inventory is filled up, then they'll just automatically drop on Paula. But because I want a safety save, it's probably just faster to do that later and move the items manually. So this is the lady with the magic cake. We found her. She says that we can come eat some magic cake with her. And we'll all see it and have a good time. Now there are some spawns that you can get in summer that are dangerous, but they're easily avoidable at this point in the game because you have teleport. So boom! Eat that magic cake. Now I'm not one to venture into what the ingredients in that cake are, but you can draw your own conclusions from whatever just happened. And we have a clear, very strange dream that introduces us to our fourth and final party member, the Crown Prince of Dalam, the wonderful Pooh. So we get to have a nice little... I think of it as like an intermission where you're like playing the game, there's literally no consequences to this point. Like, there's no enemies, it's all just story. Just gotta walk around with Pooh for a bit until he joins up with kids. Now what I will say is that I'm gonna grab the stuff. There's a brain food lunch and a cup of noodle. So brain food lunch is cool. It restores tons of psychic points to whoever eats it. And this is useful later on in the game. Because Pooh will learn an ability called Healing Gamma. Where he can resurrect kids that die, actually, which is super, super useful, but it takes a lot of psychic points. So I can use the brain food lunch to cap him off after he uses that. And the cup of life noodles is a revival item, or it cures any status item. Super, super useful. Just a little safety item that I like to grab there, in case we need it later on. So now we have one of the more disturbing scenes in Earthbound. This is the Mew training sequence. Or Moo, I don't know, however you pronounce it. Essentially a spirit is going to come down and test Pooh's discipline. We're talking about how he's going to rip off all of his arms and legs and rip out his tongue and his ears and you get the picture. But it's pretty creepy. But I think it's pretty cool. See, here he is. The spirits of his ancestors descend down upon Pooh. Now I just have to mash yes, i.e. A plus L full time. If I mash no, I need to start all over again and waste like 3. Which some people have done. That's one of the few like simple blunders I've never done. Cuts my ears off, sure, whatever you want. Yeah, take my eyes. The sound cuts out, audio cuts out. He says he's going to take my mind, but I can't even answer because I don't have any tongue. But by giving in to whatever that was supposed to teach me, I completed my training. Now Pooh can go and join up with the squad. Now, it's like frame perfect to get behind that sign without bonking, and I've never done it. But I know some people can. And I even stopped going for it in PB attempts, because I just gonna waste frames. But it's a marathon, so I figured, you know, might as well try out the hardest tech in the game. I'm only half joking with that. But yeah, I hope you all enjoyed our brief intermission with Pooh in the Kingdom of Dalam, which we will be returning to later. Pooh gets some levels, and he comes with a nice ability known as Teleport Beta, which allows you to teleport without needing the huge run-up time that Alpha does. So you can teleport in much tighter areas. You saw me right there. Now, the reason why we need Pooh is because he can speak whatever language the hieroglyphs from Scaraba are, and we needed to solve a puzzle pretty soon. So it's a good thing that he joined. Go into the museum. I'm gonna go find the hieroglyphs. We have to fight a guy. He's known as Shattered Man. He's a 50% chance to drop an item known as the Mummy Wrap, which, if it hits, an enemy has a 100% chance to solidify. So we really want to get it and use it on the Kraken to make it significantly safer. But if not, I'm just going to chuck a Super Bomb instead. So yep, because we have Pooh, we can head in here. Shatter Man is, for some reason, in the museum. They don't really explain that. There he is. I have 2 people that know Freeze Beta, so that's obvious. The life up. This should kill though. Shatter Man down. See if we get the Mummy Wrap. Nope, we did not. That's fine. Because I saved enough Super Bombs that I have enough to go around for Kraken. Now in this next section, I want to use my psychic points on Pooh for life ups and stuff. Because in Pyramid, we're going to be using Nest to hypnotize and paralyze enemies to give us 100% run chance. So we need to save all the psychic points that he has in order to be able to do that. So it can be pretty psychic point intensive at some points. So now I'm going to do a little bit of menuing here. Hieroglyph copy Paula. I know Pooh needs a bomb. Some people like to hold on to the bottle of water. I guess I could have just did it. And I meant to use Pooh's psychic points for that. It should be fine. So now I'm actually going to go and fill up Ness with Skip Sandwich. And do a safety save right before cracking. Because in the upcoming area, we're going to be using lots of skip sandwiches to skip lots of enemies. Hopefully it goes better than the ones I messed up in. just gonna fill up Ness. We're gonna be using lots of skip sandwiches for the rest of the run. This is the first of 2 times we're gonna fill up on them. Let's see. Cool. So now, filled up and safety saved, we're gonna go fight the Kraken. Banger coming up here for sure. It'll only cost you your life, and you got that for free. One of the best quotes in the game right there. So yeah, this guy's gonna lend us, or I guess we're paying him to sail us down to Scaraba. But there's the terrible, terrible Kraken that stalks these seas. We get to fight him. And he can be pretty dangerous. Kraken can breathe fire, which will pretty much wipe the party if I don't kill him in time. Which is why we safety save beforehand. And that's why the mummy wrap is so good. Because we'll put it on Paula, hope she outspeeds Kraken, and if she hits, then he's just solidified. And hope the kids can bomb him and bottle rocket him to death. But because I don't have the mummy wrap, I'm just going to super bomb him with Paula, and if I have enough damage. Which isn't the end of the world, because super bombs actually do more damage than the mummy wrap. And the mummy wrap chance of missing. While the super bombs have a % accuracy rate. Which is why they're so good and why we buy some. We'll be stocking up on super bombs later in the run as well, for the rest of the game. Yeah, just waiting here until the Kraken shows up. Should be soon. So we're gonna go bomb, big bottle rocket. I hope we can kill him. He breathed fire, but at least Paula got her thing off. So hopefully we can kill him. 438 is really good. Yeah, that was enough. Yeah, we had a nice big bottle rocket roll from Jeff. So we've survived. See, you can see how dangerous Kraken can be, though, for sure. I swear I feel like Paula only ever outspeeds Kraken when I don't have the mummy wrap. Yeah, we'll just be leffing up the team with Pooh now. Kraken's dead, that's another big run killer out of the way, which is nice. We get to go see Scaraba. So in Scaraba, we're going to do a quick little shopping session. We're going to buy 2 crystal charms, one for Paula, one for Jeff. These increase your speed by a decent amount. So we put them on Jeff because damage from bottle rockets is tied to speed. We put them on Paula because she's the fastest kid and therefore what our run chance is based off of. So the more speed she has, the better chance we have to run from things. So we get Paula. And now we're gonna life up. Let's life up everybody. Meant to use Pooh's. Not the end of the world. Hopefully I'll just get some skips in Pyramid and I won't even have to worry about it. Lucas are stutterable. Don't want to, just because you can teleport to get away from things doesn't mean you want to forget about your other ways of avoiding. So this is the puzzle we need Pooh to crack. You gotta step on all these things in the right order. to open the gate for the pyramid. It's the Sphinx's puzzle. And I'm going to teleport here. It looks kind of dumb, but it actually skips a photo trigger. If I do it right. I did not. I got subpixeled there. So we get to see another photo. Sometimes it happens where the subpixels of the game don't get you all the way into the door. It's always worth the try. This is actually one of the more high octane parts of the run, so I would wait for a second. Yeah, yeah, I'll let you know. So here, I'm gonna start using skip sandwiches to dodge all these guys that pop, all the hieroglyphs that pop out of the wall and want to attack me. And these are kind of tough to get. They require practice. I'm not expecting myself to get all of them yet. But luckily, Ness can hypnotize or paralyze them, and that allows you to have 100% run chance. Got that one. We can take this. That cold on poo I'll cure later. It's not a really big deal. Right, well, now everyone's got colds. Cool. Drag him down. Get some skips. This room there can be lots of enemies in. See what we get. I'm just gonna YOLO run this one, probably. So your run chance increases after every time you fail to do it. The life noodles in there that we get. So just like continually trying to run is worth it in a lot of cases. So I think it goes up by 5% every time. Poo to cure all colds. Now we have to fight the boss of Pyramid, even though it's halfway through. Luckily we have enough firepower on all the kids that we should be able to kill him pretty quickly. Rockin', freeze, BBR, and freeze. Big hit from Jeff. Hopefully we don't need to use Ness's Rockin'. It's there kind of as a safety. Yeah, so Ness has to Rockin', which uses up a lot of psychic points. But he's dead. So just some low freeze rolls. So the boss of this area is dead, but it's actually only halfway through the dungeon, as I said. And we have to traverse our way back. There's a switch behind him that we needed to grab. See right in here. Luckily that room was free, you can get a lot of spawns in there. But got lucky. And now going left, the skips on these enemies are even harder to get. But and it's kind of random at certain points, but you know, I hope to get as many as I can. Right, this guy just depends on if he wants to jump out at me. Like, cool, we got it. We got a green swirl on this guy, so we got him quick enough. Chance to run on the first turn. Nice there. This skip is tough and random, but we got it. This guy can paralyze. And luckily no one's hitting me. I'm a big fan of. Some of the kids can die here. Like, it's fine if Jeff dies, because you get a full heal at the end of this section. And now we can get this Hawkeye, which is what we came into the pyramid to. We're going to use that a little bit later, so we can see in an area known as the Deep Darkness. Seems like an important area to be able to see, right? Skip here. Nice, got that one. So I only actually missed one of the skips. It's pretty good for me. Dropping down here can be dangerous. Did not get a green swirl, but that's fine. We can paralyze Omega, which costs extra psychic points, but it'll paralyze all of them. Like I said, I don't care about Jeff dying here. Paralyzed, so we can just run away. Jeff hangs on with 3 HP. There should be one more fight that I take here. No, that's actually pretty bad. So I need to heal Jeff. Because if he dies on the stairs, or if I get the text that he's about to die on the stairs, I can do what's called the stairs glitch, and literally like glitch out of bounds of the game. That's how the any % glitch run works. So I have to like make steps to avoid that happening. Yeah, so we made it out of Pyramid. And Pooh now leaves us. We did get a full heal though from his trainer boy, which is nice. But Pooh leaves for a bit, and now we have to go through one of my least favorite parts of the game, Dungeon Man. Really bad music, really annoying spawns and stuff. You'll see what I mean when I get in there. Teleport to avoid these guys. Oh, so that means there's an enemy right here. Nice. So you can, if you time it right, even if you run into an enemy like that, you can start up another teleport before they get you. If you're quick, you gotta kind of memorize the timing. Well, that's... Alright. Actually, we don't need to. So yeah, Dungeon Man, there's a million spawns all the time. And they can all really make you lose a lot of time. So you gotta be ever vigilant to avoid them. Also, check out that amazing music. I was not joking. This is supposed to be like the game's postmodern commentary on the video game dungeon. Very, very Earthbound. It's cool casually, but it's just in the speedrun. So you can get ambushed tons of places. There's one section where you run around with Dungeon Man in your party, which sounds cool, but it means you can't teleport to avoid enemies. So sometimes you just get forced into fights that you really don't want to take. So I think one of the stupider parts of the run. But it's been going well so far. And you do get a full heal halfway up. Talk to Dungeon Man. Which is why I'm not worried about Paula's sunstroke. I guess I should say that the guy who made the Brick Road dungeon with the worthless protoplasms and the Mad Ducks and stuff that Jeff fought earlier, he's now been made into an entire Dungeon Man. There he is, his face in the wall. So we just got the full heal. Now we have to hope we just don't get ambushed coming down these holes. Every time you drop down these holes, there's a chance you have spawns that'll just unavoidably get you. So see that spawn down there. Luckily, this was one I could avoid. Oh, annoying up. That's fine. It's all good. Look, the worthless protoplasms are back. Thanks, protoplasm. Nice, Jeff. He's getting revenge. Coffee. I'm just gonna drop the cup of coffee. I definitely. But yeah, you can see how the game likes. We're gonna coffee. We're gonna skip up with Ness because we can't teleport here, so we're just gonna try to dodge as many of these enemies as we can. It does look fun to run around with Dungeon Man, though. Sure. So you see all those enemies trying to get us. That was a very nice walk, at least. I'm gonna have to teleport to avoid these guys. Alright, gotta talk to this guy. Oh, this guy's gonna get me, isn't it? I got the green sword. I was prepping myself for that, because I knew it was about to get me. I'm very happy that I got that. I'm gonna wait for them to open up. Yeah, so one cool thing you can do is after teleporting, you can kind of stutter B like that to allow the kids to catch up to you. You just saw. So we're gonna grab tons of cash here, pretty much our entire ATM holdings, because we're gonna do one last like major artillery shopping section coming up right after this. As long as I can get through dungeon. Now this is kind of scary because if you die, you lose you lose half of your money, which I definitely don't want to have happen. But the rest of Dungeon Man isn't too bad. Can't get ambushed anymore. It's just trying to avoid the fights in the usual spots. Almost through Dungeon Man. Spawn there, get despawn. I'm just not gonna risk that. Because you move really slowly on ladders, so. This is the best room in Dungeon Man because there's never any enemies. It's a zoo, essentially. You see he has all the mad ducks over there. Gruff goats and stuff. Now we have to make sure we go through the correct hole. There's the return hole, and then there's whatever hole this is. But you can't get ambushed coming down these holes, which is nice. I'm gonna go down here. Sometimes I'd skip this, but Talisman Ribbon we just grabbed to sell later on. Same with the Diamond Band, I forgot to mention. Pyramid. Might have seen me grab that. I'm in the room with the butterfly. Alright, cool. So this is a good time for donations. We've made it through Dungeon Man.
Oh, that's actually I am not good.
Welcome.
That's pretty great.
Hey, artsncrofts, I am so sorry. I muted myself on my audio capture account. I am so sorry.
Do you want to give it another go?
Yeah, I will read it again. I am so sorry.
Don't worry about it.
I muted myself on my audio recording account because something else that happened earlier. But yeah, we have an official. We have $100. We have a $1 donation from Ness, making it $100. So yeah, thank you, Ness, for that. And with that, for the next something like 25 minutes, we are actually on pace to technically raise $1,000 during this marathon because it's been less than 12 hours, and we still have 4 entire days to go, plus this day. So that would be absolutely hype. Like, it would be crazy to have this as our first 4-digit event, 4-digit donation. So keep them coming, and back to the game.
Yeah. Thanks, George. Thanks, Ness, for donating. All viewers, please consider donating as well for a good cause. Super hype. And I'm glad we've reached the $100 mark. So here, I'm just, like I said earlier, I'm building up the inventory for the rest of the game. Filling up Jeff with multi-bottle rockets, which are worth 20 normal bottle rockets, so 4 times a BBR. So if you thought the big bottle rockets were doing a lot of damage earlier, boy, are you in for a treat. And we'll fill up some extra super bombs on Ness. So now here is kind of the first part of the game where teleporting as movement is super important. You saw me do there. So Deep Darkness, you kind of walk around in this sludge. It's super, slow to get through. But what we found out is you can teleport through it, and you'll just go at normal teleport speed. So we actually use it as normal kind of movement in this area. It's definitely one of the more advanced parts of the run, but it's super cool, and I'm a big fan. There's definitely an enemy right there. Woo! Close one. Oh, I'm gonna get this fight, aren't I? No? I'm really surprised, but I'm also happy that I didn't get any of those. The enemies in Deep Darkness are very, very dangerous. Sure. We're actually almost done with this part. Oh. Oh no. That other guy scared me. Okay, that's fine. All is good in the hood. Nice. Very good section. No fights. A couple extra teleports because I got scared. Now we get to see the multi-bottle rocket. This next, for pretty much most of the rest of the run, it's just the Jeff show. Just watching him explode enemies like that. 1800 damage, and then Pooh shows up and is like, oh, look at this cool new move I learned that deals all of 350. It's like, oh, sorry, Pooh. Yep, so Master Barf is down. We got the Casey Bat drop because it's 100%. I'm just going to drop that later on. Next time I have to do some menuing. And now we just got to teleport our way out of the rest of Deep Darkness. Nice. One more teleport. In the good stuff. We just have to go into Tenda Village and out. This gets us the teleport and triggers a couple phone calls. Now we're gonna get a phone call first from Apple Kid, who gets abducted. We gotta go save him in a bit. And then another one from Orange Kid, who we actually never talked to in this game, but he's like kind of Apple Kid's wealthy and studious counterpart, but who is actually a useless inventor. Little irony that the game throws at you. Yeah, he calls us here even though we've never actually talked to him. Where am I going? Let's go to Winters. Yep, so we gotta go rescue. That is the... And now we kind of have... Yeah, right here is the last shopping section of the game, I would say. A little bit of money. We're gonna fill up and skip sandwiches for the rest of the game. Now, this is what Pooh is kind of good for. Because, like Polly, he's a PSI guy. So he doesn't really need his inventory for damage. But Paul's inventory is all filled with the story items that we don't need. So we use Pooh's inventory to use all the skip sandwiches we want. I'm just gonna fill him up. And I think Ness needs one more. Because Ness, we need to give him a couple skip sandwiches for Magic Hand later. He already has one in his inventory from when we shopped in Summers. One for Pooh. And one for... Alright. So now we're good on skip sandwiches for the rest of the game. Yeah, we also get to go see Tessie again, which is always fun. All the enemies from Winters 4 have been replaced with these super, super dangerous other enemies, including mooks, which are like advanced spooks, I guess. I was just kind of hoping that they wouldn't come get me. And mooks are dangerous because they can diamondize your team, which is essentially, it's a fate worse than death, I think, in a lot of ways. It's just a lot harder to revive them. Yeah, you really don't want to get into a fight with any of these diamond-looking guys. And I almost went to go sleep in the shack. But we don't need to do that, because Bubble Monkey's already here. We get to see Tessie for the second and final time during this run. If anyone in the chat wants to spam some Tessie hype, I would be very happy. Last time we get to hear this spectacular song. But yeah, coming up, we have to trek through Pond Cave again. Luckily, we've already beaten Shroom, the boss of the area, so all the enemies run from us. So it's, a very dangerous area. And then after that, we have Starman Base, one of the most dangerous areas in the entire game. It's also one of the most skill-testing areas in the entire game. We call it Run Killer Base for a reason. It's where all the Starmen, which up until now we've only seen one, that's where they all like to hang out. And yeah, super high pack spawns, super dangerous enemies. It's quite the spot to get through unscathed, that's for sure. But that's where Apple Kid is, and Dr. Andonuts and everyone. I go save him. Now you're going to see me do another kind of weird wide movement here. Same as earlier with only Jeff that skipped the 100% Gruff Goat spawn. It skips another spawn. It's it's the same spawn plate, just a different updated enemy here. That skip. Then by hugging kind of top and side here, skip another spawn plate. I believe that's the last time we used the pencil eraser in the entire run. But we've gotten some good use out of it. We have to walk through Pond Cave again. So now these bats, even though they're running from us, they are very good at getting in your way because of the way they move. Like that. I almost got into a fight. Even though they're technically running away from you, just the direction that they start moving in is randomly decided. So sometimes they'll just like move at you, see, or as you just saw. And just because these guys are running from me right now does not mean that they're not dangerous at all. They're actually very strong. So we're just kind of lucky that they run from us. Kind of a really dumb area in the game. Like, there's no point for those enemies to be there, because you would never come here before having beaten Shroom. That's these guys. Now, I have teleported out of here. Like, missed the bonk and completed the teleport on PB pace, which wastes like 5 minutes and rips the run. But yeah, Apple Kid's pet rat is here, and he gives us the eraser. Best item. Which we need to progress in Starman Base. It was underneath Stonehenge all along. See? Secret ladder. Welcome to Starman Base. So I'm going to wait here for a couple seconds for a despawn. The enemies will oftentimes just run off screen and despawn themselves. I'm going to do some menuing here, drop the KC bat. Toss some stuff to Paula. And then use the eraser for the only time in the whole run. See how packed Paul's inventory is right now? Just filled with story items and some super bombs. So yeah, I really don't want to fight anything that isn't a green swirl in here. These things are super dangerous. The one good thing about the Starmen is that for some reason, if you tag them in the front, you get a green swirl. It's super easy to green swirl them. So it makes it a little bit easier to get through this area without getting, destroyed. Here to despawn those guys. They also have a weird movement pattern. They like teleport to you. Only enemies in the game that do that. Good first couple of rooms though. I like to wait here if something wants to despawn itself. This spot is super dangerous, but luckily we didn't get any spawns. Nice. No thanks. No thanks. Also really weird despawning enemies here. Because you never really have straight lines between places you want to go. As you're seeing me have to zigzag through here to despawn enemies. And they still refuse to despawn. Come on, game. That was a waste of... But we're through. No fights so far. Now this is what the community affectionately calls Hell Room. And I think you will see why. So I want him to teleport to me, but he doesn't want to. Oh, okay. I don't know where he came from. But we got the green swirl. Now I'm going to skip sandwich up and try to green swirl other things. This guy. No, what? It got poo? Okay, we're gonna have to hypnotize the mook. I don't know how I did not green swirl the other guy. Okay, luckily he just life up. We can hypnotize and run away. But that was scary for a sec. You do not want to fight the mooks. As I was saying earlier. The green swirl. That's what I was trying to do earlier. The one good thing about skip sandwiches is you move fast enough. You can do what we call chain greens. Which is where you use the invincibility frames or intangibility frames you get after exiting a fight to line yourself up to green swirl the next enemy. I'd like to do that to this guy. A lot of it is knowing the distance that the Starman moves. You can position yourself correctly to get the green swirl. That's a big part of it. Okay, no, guy for sure. Yeah, so that was a pretty good hell room. Scary single fight with the mook, but we survived. I don't want to mess with that. I like having that area free. So now there are a few more rooms here. I like to use this area to the left, the bottom of the ladder, as kind of like home base to despawn this area over here. Shouldn't take too long. Well, he's gonna move randomly left into me. Deal. The game is not cooperating, apparently. And millions of spawns. Felt lag. Shouldn't be that hard to despawn. Jesus. Alright, there we go. See? First try every time. These enemies like to be dumb. So I wasted a lot of time right there, but better safe and no fights than potentially mess something up and take a lot of scary fights. Now there's one more room with spawns in Starman Base. There's no Starman in it. They were nice enough. The developers were also nice enough to put an exit mouse room in here, so we'll be making solid use of that. Yeah, this is the last room with spawns. I guess you can't. Yeah, you can get Starman in here. I misspoke earlier. By going up here, you skip one plate, but not all of them. You can see. Pretty good room. And now it's just the boss fight against Starman Deluxe. So normally I would just multi-bottle rocket him, but sometimes Jeff doesn't hit for hard enough. So I'm going to queue up a super bomb with Paula just to be safe. I guess. But he did it. Yeah. So the safety super bomb queue did not matter. Jeff's just one-shot and everything with his multi-bottle rockets. And if you think this damage is absurd, he still has not even reached his full power. You'll see that soon. Yeah, Starman base down. That's nice. It's another big, scary run killer area out of the way. And the base is shut down after Starman Deluxe was defeated. Randonuts. Can use the exit mouse to leave. And now we're going to head over to Onet, actually. Actually going to complete this teleport for once. So we have to grab two things in Onet. One, we're going to grab an exit mouse because we're lazy and want to use it to exit a dungeon later on. One of the first of many return trips to the mouse house we'll be making. Also, it's nice to get the Onet theme in a couple more times for the end of the run. Pixel off there. We're going to be lazy and teleport back to Onet. It's faster than walking back to the teleport spot. So we have to go up north to the library and get the Shyness book from the Onet library, which we need to give to the Tendas, citizens of Tenda Village, because they're all really, really shy and they won't talk to us unless we teach them how not to be shy. So we have to go get them the Shyness book. Hopefully the kids have their library. Now we can just teleport back down to 10. Ooh, lots of lag. That's kind of insane. I've never seen that much lag. There are lots of spawns down there. Here's the Tenda Chieftain. We can give him the Shyness book, and now he's really, really excited, overcoming his shyness. Now he wants to talk. He gives us some Tendacrout, which is a dumb story item that we don't need, and we just kind of drop on poo to never be used ever again. But there's an unskippable photo trigger, so Fuzzy Pickles. Everybody, I want to say Fuzzy Pixels. Fuzzy. And we have to confirm our player name, which is Go Rescue. Don't forget. And we're going to talk to the Tenda Chieftain because he gives you a free bag of Dragonite just for giving the Shyness. Super nice. I'll go on Ness. Stacking goods up on him for the Magic Hand section. Because remember, Ness is on his own during Magic Hand, so we want to give him all the things he needs to be successful. This rock yells at us if we don't talk to him, so we have to talk to him. Tells us that there's another more important rock to talk to in the Lost Underworld, who, funnily enough, you can actually skip talking. So here, there are these enemies. They are Fobbies, stronger versions of the Foppies we fought back in Belch's base. They're essentially XP fodder. It takes forever to kill them. If I ever get into a fight with one, I'm gonna Starstorm with poo. That's the strat, pretty much. He seems stuck. Okay, so now this area can be one of the scariest. It's known as the Horseshoe. And there are essentially a million spawn plates and no room to avoid them. So what we do is a thing called stop go strats, where you trigger a spawn plate, you stop for a second, and let the erratically moving enemies despawn themselves. You'll see me doing that. Red light, green light, essentially. Sometimes it doesn't work. Oh, there. Oh, please, please. These enemies are very dangerous. I do not recommend ever fighting them. But we're through the Horseshoe pretty much. Climb up here. Oh no. That's a rare spawn. Oh no. Game. Oh no. Oh no. Dude, what? I have never been pincered there, ever. Oh god, okay. Well, we're gonna have to kill him, I guess. Flash beta could be bad. Luckily, double freeze Omega is usually enough to take him out. Please tell me these things are gone. Yeah, I've never gotten picture there before. We're gonna skip sandwich up here to try to green an encounter at the top of the rope if we can. I missed the green, but it's just a Fobby fight, so it's fine. Starstorm everything. Starstorm is very, very good because it hits every enemy for minimum like 300. Very good. So we'll be getting lots of experience here, which is not the end of the world. I can use this to chain some greens too, because I still have the skip active, which is nice. Greens guy. Yep. And now we skip a spawn by sliding off this up there. And we can go and get the best item in the game. So this is the Rabbit's Foot, which increases your speed by 40, which is absolutely absurd. We put it on Jeff because, as you might remember, his damage from bottle rockets is based entirely on speed. So what we do is we give him the Rabbit's Foot, and we just watch him go to and deal insane damage to things. Like 2,700. And this Sanctuary boss is Jeff will make quick work of most of the bosses for the rest of the game, now that he has the Rabbit's Foot, an inventory full of multi-bottle rockets. Level ups here. So now this is, what, the third Sanctuary of the game that we've gotten? This part of the game is now what the community refers to as the Sanctuary cleanup. We've done pretty much all of the necessary story aspects of the game that we could do. Now we're going back to all the Sanctuaries, now that we're at a high enough level to breeze through. Now the next Sanctuary that we're doing is Fire Spring, which we're actually kind of at the appropriate level for, which means it is kind of dangerous. So I'm probably going to safety save. Once we get past Fire Spring, the rest of the sanctuaries we outlevel severely, so it should be pretty safe. Now the trick is remembering where there's phones underworld, I guess. And as you might recall, as I was talking about earlier, the Lost Underworld does have best music in the game. That's for damn sure. And it's cool because, as you'll see, the squad is very, very tiny. Alright, that's that sanctuary down. Off we go to Lost Underworld. So now normally people teleport here to the Lost Underworld itself, just because it's faster than walking to where the teleport ends you up in. There's a small chance that you hardlock the game by teleporting into an enemy configuration that the game doesn't know how to handle. It just freezes everything up. So I'm just going to walk it out, play it safe. That's assuming I know where I am. Talk to you. Yes. Cool, so this is where I want to. Actually, now that I've safety saved, I can just do this. I'm just gonna. Because it's a marathon, if I get the hard lock, I'll just reset and start over from the save. Not a big deal. Yeah, so no hard lock. Low chance of it happening. Oh, I guess that's right where I was. You know, I never realized that. So that was a waste of time. Kind of silly, but at least now I know. So we're gonna head up here, in that little gift box. There is the C pen. We're gonna put on Paula, and that gives her resistance to flash, just like the Night Pendant does, as well as lots of resistance to fire and ice damage, which is very, very useful, specifically for the Gygus fight. Essentially, the idea is we want her to be invincible for the Gygus fight, pretty much. Teleport here. Oh. We want her to be invincible for the Gygus fight, because she just needs to be alive and pray 9 times. So what we do is we give her the C Pendant and the Franklin Badge, and then she should be immune to all of his attacks except for Freeze, which will only deal like 10 damage to her at a time. So the idea is, you know, as long as she's at full health going into the final phase of Gygus, you're pretty much free to go. Unless you get like, you know, 14 freezes in a row and they all solidify or something. I also grabbed the Cloak of Kings up there. That's Pooh's special body armor, I guess. And that increases his speed by 40, just like the Rabbit's Foot. So it really increases our run chance during this part of the run. That geyser I usually like to teleport to avoid, but give me a look. Yeah. So now, welcome to Fire Spring. We go there, that is a way to skip a spawn. We're gonna equip all the stuff I just grabbed. So C Pendant on Paula, Cloak of Kings on Pooh, and this greatly increases our run chance. So now we have plus 40 speed on Jeff, plus 40 speed on. Pretty good. So now these tunnels are 80% spawn plates. Ooh, that's annoying. I thought he was stuck. Cloak working its magic. Yeah, so we have plus 40% speed on Jeff because it increases his damage ridiculously. And plus 40% Pooh because now we have a very good run chance. I just took that green for free. And we got through both of those tunnels very, very quickly, which almost never happens. Pretty sweet. I mean, yeah, Fire Spring is one of the most important areas to chain greens because all these enemies are pretty deadly. That's why I save to save. It's not like we out-leveled this area by any stretch of the imagination right now. Just skip up here, and I... no damage take. Always pure green on green on green. Get that green there. Luckily he was moving in a weird spot and got stuck up against the wall. That room's pretty scary. You can get a dangerous fight in there. Luckily he was green. Not green because it was... hopefully we can just run. That's fine. Oh, luckily he targeted Paula, who has the fire resistance from the sea pen. So that dealt pretty much no to her. And now we're up against Diamond Dog. So Diamond Dog, or Carbon slash Diamond, it's a two-phase fight. And the idea is that we're just gonna MBR him 3 times with Jeff, but Diamond Dog will reflect the damage and deal lethal. So what we do is we buffer a life up from Jeff first time. So he'll take lethal from the reflection. Ness will just life him back up. As such. Do it again just to be safe. Menu. Another reflect. You know, if this was a PB attempt. Ooh, Pooh died. That's funny. So that's the dangers of Flash, as you saw. Just the glorious light from Diamond Dog is equivalent to a flash. It just instantly killed Pooh. Luckily, he'll get the... He'll be revived by the Sanctuary. That was very, very good Fire Spring. Only took 1 non-green fight the whole time. Diamond Dog killed Pooh, but... Yeah, like I was saying, normally in a PB attempt, I wouldn't do that second buffered heal on Jeff. I would just trust that my menuings fast enough to get off the 2 more BBRs before Jeff dies. But in a marathon, you know, be extra safe. Do the extra life. And another Sanctuary down. We're gonna use that exit mouse that we grabbed earlier to get out of here. And we're gonna go straight back to Onett to grab another one to use after the next Sanctuary. To Onett we go. The next Sanctuary we're going to do is the one in Forside. Sewers. Giant Plague Rat is the Sanctuary boss. Now we significantly out-level this dungeon, so that like running from all the enemies is pretty much trivial. And the Plague Rat fight itself isn't dangerous at all, really. Just one MBR from Jeff should be more than enough to kill it. But there is some setup to get into it. We get to see another show at the theater. First we have to go talk to, I think his name is Mr. Spoon. Could be Mr. Fork. I don't remember. But he was the one who was ringing the phone back in Summers after we killed Shattered Man that I just completely ignored. He calls us to tell you that he found something cool in the museum. But in order to show us it, he needs an autograph from his favorite singer, Venus, who just happens to be performing right now in the... So we get to go see another show, theater. A lot of runners don't know you can use that alternative entrance to the theater. Always have to buy a ticket. Alright, and now this is a great time for donations because this cutscene is really, really long. Or kind of longer than it should be. So I don't know if we have any more donations or not. I will take that as a no. There are no donations, which is fine. But all you viewers should definitely go donate. There are some cool incentives. Go Rescue, pretty sweet charity to donate to. Save the animals, right? The doggos, all the good stuff. Here we just get to listen to Venus.
Apologies.
Spiel.
Yeah, I just kind of forgot to enable my mic on my end.
Nice.
I thought I was not deafened.
We've all been there.
Professional staff on our part.
We're just getting the tech issues out on day one. But yeah, we don't have donations right now, but if Ness wants to shout out to charity, then feel free to.
Yeah, absolutely. Go donate to the charity. Save the animals, both in the marathon and in real life. Please donate, Go Rescue. It's super easy. When I donated, it took me like a minute. I clicked the link to go to the Tiltify. I clicked donate, entered an amount, just logged into PayPal. Super easy. Like, just do it. There's no reason to not other than like.
Yep, you can either type !donate, or you can use the short link that displays on stream periodically.
For sure, yeah. Super easy. I'd recommend it because I got to go donation straight to incentive. So you guys can do that too. Big recommend. That's it for me.
Yeah, I donated this morning too, and I want to reiterate, it's super, super easy. If you have a PayPal account, it's literally like 2 clicks of a button. Any amount helps, obviously. I think I donated $4, one to name each kid in this run. Pretty good. Yeah, it actually ate up most of the cutscene, so that's good. Yeah, so we're done watching Venus do her thing. Now we have to go get her autograph. Now sometimes people forget to walk out. I should probably So we get an autograph on a banana peel. And a kiss. What a generous lady. But hey, the man said that he didn't care what the autograph was on. It could be on toilet paper. So, I'd rather take a signed banana than signed toilet paper. Depending on the state and previous owners of the toilet paper. Yeah, now that we have what he wants, he'll give us access to the next sanctuary dungeon. Going around cleaning up all of the stuff that we left behind throughout the course of the run. There's a photo trigger up by the dinosaur statue up there, so I'm going low to avoid it. Banana. Now, here we are at the dungeon. 4-side sewers. That. This is really the last part of the run where stutter stepping is at all useful. After this, I don't think there were any stutterable enemies anywhere. Get me easy. Just the annoying part is you need to walk through all this sludge, which makes it really hard to avoid enemies. Especially stuttering in the sludge is such a... Ideally, we just don't get any spawns or have to worry about anything, though. Trudge through the sludge. It is actually slightly faster to climb up the ladder and walk on dry land for a little bit if you can. Maybe I can despawn. Thought I could despawn them without reloading the room. Saves a couple seconds. Him. Gotta be ever vigilant for spawns. If you catch them too late, you might be too close to them to run away, because remember, you're moving really slowly. Also, it takes an hour to despawn things in here. Let's trip up this ladder. Luckily, there are no spawns in the sludge here, and possibly no spawns in front of the Sanctuary Guardian. Feeling some lag though. Yeah, that's a lot of stuff. We're gonna have to do some stutter stepping. It's the last stutter of the game. Can I do it? Yes, I can. Stutter stepping is done for the rest of the run. Now we're just gonna blow up the Plague Rod of Doom. Get him, Jeff. Boom. See ya. Kind of trivializes a lot of the bosses. And people have actually come up with kind of a miscellaneous category, nominally known as WTF%, where you can't use bottle rockets or ATMs. Drama ATMs. I've never run it, but the world record's a little bit less than 5 hours, I think, which honestly isn't too bad of a time, it's considered. But certainly an interesting challenge run. Yep. So we get that. We have to grab this carrot key that allows us to get into the next sanctuary that we're going to, over in Pooh's hometown of Delam. Carrot key. So we're just going to teleport straight to Delam and go do that sanctuary. Gotta be careful because there's actually a photo trigger right outside the door of the museum now that we've done the sanctuary. So if I take any steps, I'll trigger the photo. Oh, okay. Am I good? Oh, yeah. So yeah, I had to go get the carrot key to go do this sanctuary as well. That's why you have to do those sanctuaries in those specific orders. And now this is Sanctuary Pink Cloud, which once again we pretty much severely outlevel. None of these fights are dangerous. I'll just waste time if we can't run away from them. Luckily, Pooh is beefy. He has the Cloak of Kings. It should be pretty easy to run away. Skip sandwich. Hopefully, get some greens or just past enemies as much as we can. Nice first turn runs all around. Butterfly. Make sure you go down the right hole there. Otherwise, bad things will happen. No spawns there, so this is a great pink cloud so far. Now this fight will be... There's a lot of guys here. This one you really want to run away from. Okay, yeah, the conducting spirit guy is pretty dangerous. So Thunderstorm actually has a lot of health. The boss of the sanctuary. So I'm going to queue up a freeze with Paula, just to make sure I kill him. Yeah, we got it. All the safeties. And now we actually don't have an exit mouse for this sanctuary, because it's faster to just walk straight out. The only annoying thing is the movement pattern of the enemies. Sometimes, even though they're running away from you, they'll swoop into you just randomly. You gotta be prepared for that. Yeah, we only got a couple sanctuaries left. And we can go into the end game.
So roughly how much is left?
How much is left? I would. Oh, yeah, that happened. Okay. I would say probably 45-ish minutes, maybe probably less.
Perfectly on estimate, Chris.
Yeah, for sure. So that was a dumb place to lose any amount of time, but sometimes I like to swoop into you. This guy. I just like to wait them out, have them declare where they want to go, you know? Now we're gonna head over to Onet again. This is my favorite teleport, except I messed it up. Yeah, so we're gonna go to Onet. We're gonna grab another exit mouse. And we have 2 more sanctuaries left. The next one is the one in Happy Happy Village that we actually stepped foot in way back when in Tucson when we did the Death Warp. But now we super outlevel the place and we can literally just auto-fight the boss and kill him in a couple of rounds. Teleport over to Tucson. Now this is a long walk. Unfortunately, Happy Happy Village doesn't have a teleport location, so we just have to run it all the way over from Tucson. Run all the way through Peaceful Rest Valley, through the entire dungeon, of course the guy away. So that's one of the reasons why we bought so many skip sandwiches earlier in Winters, is because we have to make this long trek over to the sanctuary. In fact, in the manipulated run, we cut all of this out by manipulating us the ability to actually complete the sanctuary at the intended level right after you get Paula. It's super, super slow without manipulating, which is why we don't do it in this run. But if you can do it, it'll save, which is why we manip for it. Luckily, this bridge over here is repaired, so walking through PRB doesn't take as much. Really? Luckily, we'll instant win these fights now. Another enemy swooping into me. More spawns in PRV than I would have liked. It is nice coming back through this region after you've, gained a lot of levels, and what was once a scary part of the game is now like you just blast through it, you know? I guess that's kind of the nice thing about RPGs. You get that sense of power growth, for sure. Village. Now, here we are in the dungeon. That mole killed us earlier, but now he's running away. A lot of lag in here. Any spawns there can be. Kind of risk that. Thought the bear would stop moving sooner. Are you really gonna block? Alright. Now we can just straight up auto fight Monomole. Oftentimes you'll have an extra BBR here. Or in fact I buy an extra BBR for this, but I had to use it so I didn't get the Monopoly building skips. But it's fine, my auto fighting is perfectly okay. He's down quickly. There's only one sanctuary left. The one in Saturn Valley. The Milky Well, which we also outlevel. Except not sometimes the enemies will aggro you. It's really annoying. But hopefully we'll have a quick one. exit mouse out. And now, cool trick here, you don't have to move at all, you can you just teleport straight to Saturn Valley and you have just enough space to get it there. Got the very last sanctuary coming up right now. Now I want to hug the right side. I want to be as far left as I can, I guess. Just skip a photo trigger right there. Luckily, they're all running from me there. So the mushrooms are kind of dangerous, because they can mushroomize you. Really? That's a red swirl? That. This guy. Really? How fast is a Ranboo? Oh my. Nice. So yeah, like I said, there's a small chance that these enemies will want to aggro you. But it's the mushrooms that you want to worry about, because they can mushroomize you. I'm gonna have to Starstorm here. Because if they mushroomize Jeff, there's a chance he MBRs somebody else, you know, instead of the boss that you want him to kill. And that's scary. Just Starstorm these guys every time there's a fight with a mushroom. Looking the left side of that tree there is a spawn skip. Surprised I didn't green swirl, but we can just run here, don't have to Starstorm. There's no mushrooms. Of course, we can't run today for some reason. Really wailing on me. Past these guys. Maybe one day I won't get aggro from everything. Cool. Now it's rare to get spawns in here, but the way this area's been going, wouldn't be surprised if I got them. This is definitely faster than despawning. Alright, and now we have the final sanctuary boss, the Trillion Age Sprite. You can just MBR kill it. Just make sure you MBR the guy in the middle. Don't want to waste it on a sprout. So that's the last sanctuary boss down. Now, before I trigger the sanctuary kind of cutscene, I'm going to give Ness the rabbit's foot, equip it, because he needs it, because the team is about to abandon him. And he's going to end up alone in Magic Hand. He's going to need all the help he can get and all the equipment that he needs. The rabbit's foot specifically increases his speed by a ton, so it helps his run chance in this area. Then later on, we're going to re-equip him with the Night Pack, because the boss of the area knows Flash, and we want him to be immune to it. But yeah, I don't suppose we've gotten any donations, but this is one of the last good times, I would say.
I will check quickly.
Yeah, this is the first time we get to take a look at the Soundstone that BuzzBuzz gave us way at the beginning of the game. We've collected all 8 melodies, and that teleports us to magical realm in Ness's mind.
Yes, so no donations so far, but if you do have, if you do want to support the charity, then that is always a possibility. You support the doggos over at Go Rescue. And I mean, we've already raised $100, but you know, we have a $500 goal, so we can definitely hit that.
Slowly but surely. Yeah, so this is kind of a cool out-of-body experience, I guess, for Ness. He's walking in on his family when he was a baby or something. Yeah. So we get to see Puppy King, his dog, and we get to see himself in his own carriage. Now I will be safety saving in Magicant just because the final boss you can get a bad RNG pattern and he can just kill you. It's pretty rare, and I will play it safe. But sometimes RPG's gonna RPG. Luckily, I have full super bombs on Ness, and I'll be picking up another bag of Dragonite once I get into Magic, so we'll have all 3 of those as well. So we'll have lots of firepower. I'll also be grabbing the Magicant bat, which a lot of people skip just because it takes time to grab it. But in a marathon especially, it's kind of a safety strat to give Ness a strong bat at this point. Yeah, it's kind of weird. People think of Ness as having a bat all the time, but ever since Tucson, he hasn't had one. Not ever since Tucson. Ever since Mulcave, he hasn't had a bat. He'll pick up one. Welcome to Magicant, the land of Ness's dreams. A safety save. Well, didn't expect. Oopsie. Close. Yeah, so it's all figments of his memories living up in here. Till we get to the dangerous part. These. Now, we bring some skip sandwiches here in order to dodge enemies as best as we can. I'd like you to do. Thank you. Now, the last bag of Dragonite that we get in the run is right in here, right next to Ness. Chilling there. I think he gives you a baseball cap if you talk to him. Something cute. Alright, so we're gonna skip up and try to dodge as many of these guys as we can. So the loaded dice, they can call for help, so I want to paralyze Omega, just in case he calls a friend. Luckily, everything he calls can be paralyzed. Dodge there. Nice green there. Free run. Right up here's the magic bat. That. No spawns there is pretty rare. Nice dodges there. That was pretty cool. I think my skip is out. They don't. Nice. I would like you all to move. Damn, I thought I had that. That was close. Luckily, these guys are pretty weak. They won't really hit me. Of course, if it takes an hour to run away from them. But yeah, pretty good Magic Ant. And now we're in wonderful Sea Eden. So, no, you can't run from things in here. So, recook the Night Pendant. So if you guys remember the Kraken that we fought with the whole squad a while ago, well, now there are 3 of them that Ness is supposed to fight on his own. Luckily, we're able to skip them. We get lucky with their movements and stuff. But yeah, just a little example of the power creep of the game. So I'm trying to despawn the Kraken until he's in a spot where I can easily dodge him. There. Want to get him stuck on these spires and stuff. So yeah, Kraken 1's gone. 2. Kraken 3, where I don't like being. Gonna make a run for it. Yeah, we're good. Alright, so now this is a pretty tough fight. Hopefully we get good luck. Have the Night Pendant equipped though, so that's always good. Okay, so shield is kind of bad, because now all of my damage is reflected back at me. I gotta be careful. He can shield as much as he wants. Hopefully this will kill him. Heal there, just to be extra safe. I accidentally attacked there, that's kind of funny. That's fine. And he's dead. Nice. So one extra turn because I forgot to cancel auto fight. But that's fine. Honestly, if I connected with the bat swing, he probably would have died. But yeah, that's Ness's Nightmare down. Another big run killer out of the way. Now we are kind of officially in the end game here, I would say. So now after having killed Ness's Nightmare, we Ness gets a super massive power up. He gets like, I think it's like 500,000 experience or something crazy like that, and he just turns into one beefy boy with essentially infinite psychic points. Super useful for the end of the game. It's kind of interesting because Ness kind of like has taken the sidelines most of the game. You know, Paula carried the team for a bit, and Jeff did, but now Ness is the star for sure because he's got so many stats. Oh, it's 200,000 XP. That's what... Oh, and he learned Healing Gamma. Nice. Wonder how many. So it's nice. Oh, I guess because Pooh was dead to Diamond Dog, so Ness got the extra XP split from that. So Ness hit level 53, which is kind of rare for me. Usually Ness doesn't have that much experience at this point. But he learned Healing Gamma, which Pooh already had, but it's nice having 2 team members with the ability to resurrect people without items. Seizure warning, by the way. Look away. Sorry, folks. They removed that in like the Virtual Console releases in the SNES Classic release. It's not as disorienting. And now we get to go to Saturn Valley, where all of our friends, the Mr. Saturns, Dr. Endonets, and Apple Kid, they're all chilling together, working on an invention that'll help us go and defeat Gygus. The issue is someone, aka probably Pokey, has sabotaged it. So they need some help. Yeah, someone wearing pig clothes, aka Pokey, has captured the device. So they need us to go find a piece of meteorite, and I wonder where we can find that. Oh yeah, near Ness's place. Right at the beginning of the game. Oh, so we're gonna re-equip the Rabbit's Foot Ness. And then go to Onett, which is now a little bit spoopy. That's for... So we re-equip the Rabbit's Foot on Ness, because now he has the most speed out of anyone on the team. That's a huge level up. And power boost. So now he's our run chance, so giving him the Rabbit's Foot gives him the extra... Now our run chance is even higher. Now this is a section of the game known as Meteorite, Dark Onett, whatever you want to call it. There are very, very dangerous enemies that spawn here, just like that. And you want to be on your toes so you can dodge them whenever you can. Hiding behind the trees. Stealthy. So yeah, I'm going to be making judicious use of the teleport to get around these guys. It's a little scary. Oh no. That's fine. No one up there. Oh, I guess there's... Yeah, he was kind of stuck. Stuck enough. But I didn't want to teleport around him. But we made it! Oh. Now, if only we could just grab that at the beginning of the game. But we got the meteorite, and we can head back to Saturn Valley, assuming I don't do anything here. Nice. Meteorite piece. Now he says get some rest, so we can go rest in Saturn Valley. Free hotel. KO. As the Mr. Saturn say. Now we can enter the phase disorder. We have to convince him that we're ready first. Mash yes forever. And here we go. First we end up in what's, I guess, known as the Cave of the Present. We learn that Aegis is attacking right here, but not at this point in time. So we have to go back into the Cave of the Past to go fight Gygus. Now, if you can make sense of that, I'm really proud of you, because I definitely can't. There to trigger this happening. But the point is that the kids need to get, like, disembodied, essentially, in order to, not get destroyed by going back in time. I'm doing one last safety save as soon as I get into the Cave of the Past. And then it's just a straight shot to Gygus, pretty much. So kind of disturbing cutscene coming up. I guess they're drilling the brains of the kids out and sticking them into a robot. You know how kids' games are, right? One by one. Although Ness gets to keep his hat, at least. Isn't it? You can tell which one Ness is. So Cave of the Past is a pretty scary area. The strongest enemies in the game you'll ever face are there. So chaining greens is a necessity, for sure. Some of the enemies, like Ghost of Starman, will always do a Starstorm on the first turn. Call it a Star Party in the community. So if you don't get a first turn run or green swirl, you are going to be in a world of... Yep. So one last safety save. Also, Dad thinks we sound weird. Can't really blame him. So no Starman here. These fights are a little bit safer. Although the Octobots can steal your crap. Annoying. So that was a little unfair. Oh, great. So Jeff is paralyzed. Great start. Ooh, Flash Beta. And they solo skip. Okay, so this is not great. We are going to run away from these guys. So it's not a great start. I hope I can get away. Nope, so we got another Star Party. It's always fun. They're just gonna die. Which is... He was paralyzed anyway, so I was gonna have to do something. Alright. Okay. I like to keep all the kids' life up. Jeff, it didn't really matter because he was already paralyzed. Nice green. Green. Very, very packed spawns. Not a big fan of that. But we're making our way through. Oh, did I think I prematurely ate my skip. That's fine. I only have one skip left for the rest of Magic Pass. Alright, come on. Well, now I have no skips left, so that's fun. Just have to walk out the rest of this. Yeah, now you don't have anything for me to steal from me, nerd. Green. It's gonna be a lot harder getting these greens with no skip sandwiches. I even brought an extra one in case one got stolen. I've never had 2 stolen in a room before. Nice, I'm glad that one joined. So the Cave of the Past is going to be really slow, so I have to walk it out. Spawn skip there. He was a bit too busy running into the wall, so second room made up for it. There's one more room left. Looks like there's lots of spawns over the left. Final Starman does it second turn, so we're fine. We got first anyway. Nice green. He just kind of ran into me. Good one to green, sure. One more green. One more green. Cool. Now we can just kind of leave. Nice. Alright, so we're through Cave of the Past. Only one casualty. Only one star party. Cool. Nice. So now we're gonna dole out some stuff. Pooh needs a bomb. Jeff needs the rabbit's foot. Let's give Ness the last bomb. Equip everything, and I think it'd be good. Yeah. I like Ness having lots of bombs because he's the least likely to. Alright. Here we go, Gygus. Last boss fight of the game. Oh, and look who his pal is. See in a second. So Gygus' first phase. You see Pokey's there in his little ship. He's his friend. So the first phase you actually need to kill Pokey. It's got 2,000 health. So we're gonna kind of direct everything at him. But we want to get off, priority number 1 is getting off a shield with Paula to protect us from Gygus' Rockins. So what we're gonna do, Ness is going to super bomb Pokey. Paula is going to shield. Jeff's just gonna BR, and then we're gonna buffer a life up on Paula to heal her up after this Rockin', which we got an alpha, which is fine. Guys can do a Rockin' alpha or Rockin' beta. Alpha is fine, and it's what you want to see. The beta does, can kill the whole party, pretty much. Which is why we want to get the shield off, protect us from all the betas. Super bomb, now we can just bombs away. That was a great MBR hit from Jeff. Phase 1 is done. Second phase, we gotta kill Gygus. Main source of damage here is going to be Starstorms for Pooh. And Bottle Rockets are useless now, because Gygus is too fast for them to do any damage. So Jeff's role in this whole run is pretty much over. Paul's out of bombs. Do that. Ooh, can do that. Ooh, we got a turn skip from Gygus too. So every turn, Gygus will probably do something, but there's a decent chance that he does not do anything. Wait. Did I just have Jeff bash Gygus? Nice. So phase 2 is done, and this run is pretty much guaranteed to complete because Paul is at full health. This last phase, phase 3 takes 7 minutes? Remember. But we are very, very close to done. We just need Paula to pray 9 times, and then the game's over. Very, very clean Gygus fight. He didn't even get a turn in the second phase. Oh, he spied on it. Funny. Solidify would be nice. Now we just defend, pray, all that. Hopefully the kids die. So that's prayer 1. We need 8 more. And for those of you who don't know, this is one of probably the most iconic boss fights in video game history, you know? You get to look back on all of the friends you made along the way. They help you out. Paula prays to them, you know? And there's a little bit of fourth wall breaking at the end, too. To spoil too much, but you've heard of it by now anyway, so... We're just riding it out. And like I said, you want, actually, Gygus to kill all the kids except for Paula at this point, just because it's faster. You don't have to menu for them. They don't get turns anymore. So it is kind of... It's not as good as it looked, but we Gygus so quickly. I would prefer it over having all dead kids. They should die pretty soon, I think. Except for Ness. Ness likes to hang on. Nice turn skip. Wow, this is such a good Gygus. This is ridiculous. Pal's the Runaway 5. Chilling in Summers now, of all places. I guess there weren't any theaters there for them to get in debt to, so it's a good place for them to chill. Let's see, hopefully he kills some kids. Flashed. And didn't kill any of the kids, so that's enough. But this is prayer 3. 6 more after this. It's Paula's parents, for those who don't remember. All of the preschoolers that they watch after too soon. Ooh, forgot. That's what Jeff can do now that he's paralyzed. I changed with the menu a little bit. This should be kids though. Ah, she's still that's enough. At least the kids are dead though. So solidifying means Paula loses a turn. It's kind of annoying. Cool. It's funny, Ness and Paula have almost identical HPs. But you can really see how the C pendant and the Franklin badge, even though we haven't gotten any lightnings yet, really make Paula almost near invincible to Gygus. We got Tony and Squad at Jeff's boarding school. Maxwell. looking back on our journeys, friends we've made. We're all praying for friends' safety. Alright, so Ness will die. Oh, but we got the sun. It's only a 1 in 4 chance for to solidify that time, and Ness is dead, so the rest of the phase should be pretty quick. Good to see Pooh's family over in Dalam, all praying for their prince. See, all the kids died pretty early on in the phase, which is nice. Even Ness with his 1.5 million HP. Of course, the solidify. That's 3 solidify so far. We've had 2 turn skips too, though, so I guess it evens out in the end. Frank, he did kind of take Ness under his wing a little bit, I guess. That was quick too. Alright, so this is slow. It's like the slowest prayer, or the slowest Geiges move you can get, because you have to get the text for the Franklin badge defending, or deflecting the lightning. You see how useful it is, though. Apparently, my phone decided to talk to me. Sorry about that. So, time is going to be approximately a minute after this, so I would get ready. Well, it'll be in like a minute. It's a minute usually from when the dog comes out. So time is on the sound of the 9th prayer. This is the 7th prayer. There's going to be one more, and then the sound that happens when Paula prays for the 9th time, that's time. Alright, one more. Got a nice turn skip there too, by the way. A turn from Geiges. So time is very, very soon. Ready? Of course, the slow one. And time. Nice.
GG. There is a 412.53.
Nice.
So
412.
well underestimate.
Yeah, even with the technical difficulties at the beginning. I'm happy about that.
You did start. By the way, I just want to say this: we were going to start early because of the, we had when your internet died, and then we did all of that. And when the run actually started, it was literally on cue. But I think it was less than 10 seconds off of 4:17 my local
that's
time.
hysterical.
I mean, no, not 4:17. 1:47 on my
Cool.
local time. That was cool.
Nice. Also, check out Go Rescue's praying.
Oh yes, absolutely.
For sure, and just because this runs over doesn't mean you can't keep, because there's still like 4 days of marathon left.
Oh yeah.
Day 1, and we're starting pretty strong. I just gotta say.
Yeah, we have right after this. We actually have Super Lumi Live coming up, as usual. Like Emoji. Emoji, pretty much a staple of No Glitches allowed so far. So get hype for that. We also have many more awesome runs. Today, tomorrow, all the other days. There's no way I could list them all, so you'll just have to look at the schedule. You can type !schedule in the chat if you want a link to that. But again, thank you so much for running Arts and Crafts. That was an awesome run.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I had a ton of fun running.
No problem. As usual, the runners have the last hits, so take it away.
Yeah, thanks, folks. Hope you guys enjoyed. Earthbound's a great run. If you want to get involved with speedrunning it, we got a Discord. We have a very helpful community. Everything's there. And go donate. Thanks for watching, folks. Have a great night.
Alright everyone, there was an awesome run by Arts and Crafts. It appears that we're having a little bit of issues with the mission music right now, so do stand by while I try to get that figured out. But even if not, we have Super Lumi Live coming out, and I totally forgot to update the text, so I will be updating that as soon as possible. Give me 1 second. Apologies for that. We do not have another Earthbound run coming up. No. But give me a second, and then we'll get Super Lumi Live set up as soon as possible.
Okay, that was a cool Earthbound run from my boy, Art. Honestly, I've never seen a glitchless run, let alone a no-minute run all the way through. But that was pretty cool, and I might watch some more after that. So just be sure to follow the runners, because the runners put in a bunch of work to get these games on a relatively larger stage like this. But speaking of cool games that I've seen a full run of, Super Lumi Live is coming up like 30 seconds. So I super recommend it, even though I've never seen the full run. Just I've heard a bunch of good things from a bunch of people. So yeah, and right before we start, I just want to kind of shove in the fact that this is for charity, 100% for charity. We're supporting Go Rescue. It's a pet adoption, and it's if you donate, it's kind of like saving the animals, but in real life, as well as in the marathon at the same time. So that's all from me. I'm signing off for the night. I gotta go sleep because I'm kind of tired. But George's got it for the rest. But yeah, Super Lumi Live, like right now.